Good morning, everybody. Bonjour.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Good morning, Eduarda. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Bonjour. Bom dia. Como estão todos? Todas?
Bom dia, bem. Olá.
Olá, Ida. Como está?
Bem, obrigada, Eduardo.
Também, estou bem.
Com esta organização toda, com grande sucesso. Muitos
Esperemos.
parabéns.
Obrigada. Custa um bocado, mas como vocês todos contribuem, consegue-se avançar.
Mas organizar não é fácil.
Estou a ver se vou aí a Maputo em junho.
Nós vamos fazer um e-mail a propósito disso.
Ok. Não há problema, qualquer coisa que precisem, basta falar.
Porque possivelmente vem de férias ou assim, mas nós temos que aproveitar.
Não é para... Quer dizer, as minhas férias são sempre a trabalhar, por isso não há problema.
I spend my holidays working.
Obrigada, vamos falar.
Sim, não há problema nenhum.
We'll talk later. Yeah.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Eduarda.
Yes, hello, how are you?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jane.
This is Jane from Kenya.
Good to see you, Jane.
Good to see you too this afternoon. Thank you for the good work. You've been taking us through a very rigorous exercise for the week.
That's great.
We have learned so much.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for this very nice feedback, Jane.
It has been such a learning experience, and we look forward to many more.
Yes.
We also look forward for a certificate in participation in this exercise.
Yes, you will
believe that we will make a difference in our professions, in our country and beyond.
Yeah, did you receive the invitation to join the LMS, Icqf LMS? So maybe if you are not in the list of participants, but don't worry, please just write your email.
Yes.
Maybe you are not in the list, and then you will receive the invitation to join. You just have to fill a questionnaire, and that's what triggers the certificate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll write through the email, your email.
You can send
email.
By email, or you can also write here in the chat box.
Okay. Thank you very much, and looking forward to a fruitful day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane.
And we'll also invite you, the human resource profession in this country. We'll invite you so that you speak to our board.
Okay, good. Maybe we will meet in July in Nairobi.
Thank you.
And how are you, Eduarda?
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you so much.
First of all, I start by envying you. You can speak many languages quite fluently. I think that comes with experience and exposure, and I like that. Basically, I'm also looking forward to getting the certificate.
Yes.
And I was also not invited to the LMS.
Okay. So let's that's a question I will ask, and all participants who have not received the invitation, please write it in the chat box. And then on Monday you will get it. Maybe it was just an issue with the registration form that was inserted in the LMS.
Okay, so we put down our email.
Okay, we have yours because I know that you are registered, so don't worry. Okay. But I will ask this question, and everybody who has not received the LMS invitation. So I'm writing already. Anthony
Morage Masharia.
Yes, please.
I noticed that many participants are having some issues finding the credentials, but actually our provider sent an email in French. So if you have any trouble with the French language, please contact us through the email. I will put it in the chat box for you to contact us, because maybe you received it and it went to spam, or you just receive an email in French and it's difficult maybe to understand. But I guess that all registered participants have received this email. So please do not hesitate to contact us. I will put the email in the chat box so you can reach to us to let us know if you have any problems with it. Thank you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So that's good. We are already getting to the very practical things. And since time is going quickly, let me then immediately welcome you all again. Bom dia, bem-vindos, bem-vindas. Muito votos de bom último dia da nossa formação. Bonjour.
Good morning. I wish you a very fruitful day to all.
Jour de notre semaine de formation.
Welcome, everyone, on our last day of our training
week. Thank you so much, everybody, for the active participation, for all the positive spirit and atmosphere that has been a constant feature of our work throughout these 5 days. I think now we are a big group of new, let's say, colleagues, no longer participants, but colleagues. So as always, then let me quickly share my screen for this introductory presentation. So as always, we do this short summary. And here we are with our star at the final day, completing learning. And as always, the end of a learning cycle is the beginning of a new one. So let us hope we can meet again, maybe in July. So our working day is quite interesting, I would say. There is space for interactions. So we will start with session 1 on Acqf at work. That's what we said yesterday. So how does Acqf in fact function? And that will be exactly the topic of these 3 first sessions. They are all put together as one session. You have seen also the presentation. The presentation has been a little bit changed, but the final version, you will receive it also. And this presentation will be looking at Acqf level descriptors, at referencing of national qualifications frameworks to Acqf, and also communication and outreach. That's a very important element of functioning of any public policy, of course, but also of a qualifications framework. This presentation will have some elements of recap of concepts, but it's going to be very practical, looking into a number of tools, and I hope you will enjoy it. Maybe at the end of this presentation, of this first session, some of the countries present here will be interested to start preparing for a testing of Acqf referencing. Some first steps to test how is it to be done. Then we have a very interesting, I think, session in which our colleagues, learners, participants are going to share with us all the results of their homework. So the various assessment tasks that have been proposed, and those of you who have expressed interest and were available have prepared some presentations, and that will be a very interesting session as well. So every participant has approximately 6-7 minutes, more or less, to share the results of this homework. We will explain, of course, the homework before this session. Then we have a session on green and digital transition skills. And then finally, we enter into really the completion of our training week, where through a number of quizzes and a larger poll with some kind of concluding questions for us all, and then also a space for your feedback, to collect your feedback, conclusions and the closure. And as said, digital certificates will be issued by the LMS, the Learning Management System, Icqf, and let's say the trigger is the completion of a special certificate available in your account in the LMS Icqf. And the certificate will be issued and will be available in your individual account. As said, we have then the session 23 dedicated to these 3 assessment tasks. One of them, the 2 first ones were introduced by our colleague Andrea, you remember. The first one related with session 4, which was the session about Mqf's systemic view. And the exercise is about coherence and logic of the Mqf. And some colleagues have kindly volunteered and made themselves available to prepare presentations on their views, their understanding of how their own national qualifications frameworks fit to the guiding questions about coherence and logic. There is also another task about Mqf linkages, including quality assurance. And there too, we have some colleagues presenting their results. Finally, the third task has been introduced yesterday by our colleague Eleanor. You might remember she spoke about indicators in the final presentation on monitoring and evaluation. So this exercise 3 is exactly about indicators and relationship to your results framework. So of course, that's an example. And we have one volunteer talking about this and prepared a very nice response to this exercise. So we have indicated here the countries that have volunteered and prepared responses. And of course, let us say that if there is anyone else in the room who would like also to present very briefly, just 2-3 minutes, also some reflections about these exercises, you are most welcome. So it is very flexible. We are working in a flexible manner, adapting to your availability. And so if anyone wants to present 2, 3, 4 minutes, some reflections, please, you will be most welcome in session 23. So now we have then the possibility to also listen to a summary of the conversations we had yesterday in those 2 sessions. One of them was dedicated to innovation and technology. And there we had an additional presentation of a guest speaker about micro-credentials. The second session was about monitoring and evaluation. We had spoken with some of our colleagues in the room asking whether they would be interested to do the presentation. And in fact, more or less, we had agreed with Privy from Malawi. And he said he could do it. But I know that Privy was having some connectivity problems yesterday. Let us see if Privy is now has now a stable connection. Yes, he is there. Would you like Privy to share very briefly your main takeaways and some reflections about the topics discussed yesterday in those 2 sessions? Thank you so much, Privy.
Thank you so much.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning to everyone. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to present the recap for day 4. But perhaps before I go into the assignment, I may be forgiven if I shared a few words about how honored I am to be part of this training. And the past few days have been very intensive, very few hours, but filled with very insightful and very well-crafted presentations, which under certain circumstances would have led to a lot of dozing as well as yawning. But no, it wasn't the case in these presentations because there was lots of information to be taken in. And I would say that I know a lot of basic things, a lot of basic details about qualification frameworks now. And I also know that there are also a lot of others who really feel the same way about this.
Thank you.
So back to my assignment.
Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome. The day started with a recap of day 3, which was very well handled by Noella and Hilda from the Seychelles. And basically, yesterday had 2 sessions, and in a way, widened the knowledge of the participants into very important aspects of qualification frameworks. And these are in innovations and technology, as well as monitoring and evaluation. The presenter for session 16 was Kelly from JET Education Services, who was very elaborate on the topic of Acqf, innovation and technology. And the objectives of the presentation were to empower participants and with knowledge on how to discuss strategies for innovating, and also how to review different database types, as well as to discuss the role of digital credentials and flexible learning pathways. And finally, to review so that participants are able to review and reflect on new tools for qualifications frameworks. So she started by debunking the myth that all innovations are technology-based. And she also highlighted how in today's world, we have to try and keep on making improvements, because these help to open doors that help us to work better. And also, it is important to keep on improving, to keep on innovating, because it helps to adjust to changes that are taking place around us. And this was, in a way, a more reactive way of innovating. And Kelly also pointed out the risks that come with innovations. So these included cyber as well as physical security, increasing inequality in access, as well as in distribution of benefits of technology. And another risk was on data privacy, touching on a number of aspects, such as the amount of data collected, the uses of the data, reasons for collecting the data, as well as livelihood and the protection of jobs. So this was basically the final risk to innovations. So, and all these, when applied in the use of technology to qualifications framework, would help also in the improvements, also in how we handle assignments in qualifications framework. And Kelly also talked about innovation design cycle and the ethical management of data. And she did point out that there are a lot of models for innovations, for making innovations. But suffice to say that for qualifications frameworks, or in this particular forum, the double diamond innovation model is the one that is selected and has 4 basic stages. And it was chosen because of it is less market oriented. So the risks in the innovations, I think this one tries to move away from it because, as we said, sometimes the market would try and influence how innovations work. And maybe there would also be less beneficiaries. But with the double diamond, this it's less so. And Kelly also talked about 9 principles that must always be considered in order to ethically manage data. And these included integrity, trustworthiness, inclusivity, and many others. And another very important aspect of the presentation was the guest speaker, who talked about the relatively little unknown concept of micro-credentials, which one would say are the in thing at the moment. And so after that, we broke off for break. And then when we returned, we went into session 17, in which Elena and Zara talked about M&E in the context of qualifications frameworks. And basically, they talked about the rationale for M&E and the key M&E concepts. And they also talked about considerations for establishing an M&E system, as well as results framework and indicators, for which were very key building blocks for M&E system. And finally, they also touched on evaluating qualifications frameworks. And just in short, they did highlight the differences between monitoring and evaluation, and also the purposes for carrying out each one of them. And after these presentations, we had a very detailed discussion and also comments on the participants' take on what they had taken from the discussions yesterday. So in short, this is what I would say about the highlights for yesterday's session. Thank you so much for this opportunity to make these presentations, Eduarda and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pravi, for this very, very good summary of those 2 sessions. They were, let's say, intensive, rich, informative, a lot of different content, technical aspects. So it's always a pleasure and very, very useful to have such short summaries to start the day when we are all fresh and still coming in the room. And one of the colleagues is exactly presenting the takeaways and the main insights. Thank you so much, Pravi. So and really thank you also for the feedback you gave to start. Thanks a lot. Really very motivating for us. Now we start gradually preparing for the session 20. But before, I would like to still share my screen for just 2 or 3 minutes. And the purpose is the following. I just want to use this opportunity to let's say, show you very quickly the Acqf website. Very, very quickly. I think you are all seeing. I know that many of you are certainly once in a while using it, at least to download some of the documents. But with this very flash visit to the website, I just want to give a bit of a structure in information that can also be helpful when you want to visit and use the resources and the information available. So the website, you all know, acqf.africa to access. The most important parts of the website are, of course, the home page, then resources, capacity development, and also news. The homepage is important because it contains the following. On the top here, you have news, various news updates, including the news that go to the newsletter. Some of you have received already the newsletter. And here we have the latest publications. So you have seen that, for example, the training modules, the presentations, etc., they appear also here in this part of the website. In the about, of course, you have a lot of information, project presentation, history, people, etc. But let's look very briefly at the resources. In the resources, we have then the Mqf inventory, which is, we will look at it in a few minutes. So the Mqf inventory is then a snapshot, let's say, of Mqfs on the continent. It is presented in form of a map, and all the snapshots are structured in an harmonized, standardized manner. Then we have the mapping study page, where you find the 13 country reports plus REC, so regional economic communities reports, the comprehensive report, synthesis in the various languages, and also some updates, such as, for example, 12 Mqfs in Africa key features, a very recent update, summary, summarized in form of a table. So if you are looking for a very quick information, this is the kind of tool that is useful. We have policy and guidelines, which is the page where you can find, for example, the feasibility study, meetings and webinars of Icqf advisory group, and also African Union policy documents. Very soon here in this space called Icqf guidelines, we will upload all the 10 draft guidelines. We call them draft until they are really approved. Naturally, that the guidelines are going to be an important tool for future implementation or support to implementation. And the first draft has already been presented to advisory group Icqf and in a way already validated, because the consultation process went in a smooth manner. We received comments, they were incorporated in the second version. And so by June, we might already have this second version elaborated, uploaded here in this space. Then we have a new area called recognition of prior learning. And in this space, we have information and also a summary sort of overview of RPL, including trends in the world and 10 country cases, African countries. So RPL systems in 10 countries. Naturally, that if you want also to look at a library of international resources, you can visit through this space. And here there is a selection of resources from various parts of the world, in international organizations dealing specifically with the themes of importance of Icqf and national qualifications frameworks. Then in the capacity development program, for all of you who have not been able, for example, to participate in those 15 peer learning webinars that were carried out since June 2020, you have the possibility to access all that information. So there is here the space called webinars. You can go one by one, and all the information, the videos, the presentations is there. It's very well systematically presented, organized. The training modules, as you know, so very rich. We are still uploading the translations. Then, for example, the thematic briefs, it's another way of presenting information. These are very short thematic notes, easy to read. We are soon uploading a couple of new such thematic briefs. And then maybe this is what can also be very useful. If you are interested, for example, to learn about a specific national qualifications framework, you can then choose here from the list, and here you have the videos. So the presentations about all these different qualifications frameworks. It's not only qualifications frameworks, but there are also some videos here, presentations in videos about RPL, about quality assurance, about micro-credentials, about school curriculum, and other topics that were presented throughout these 15 peer learning webinars. I'm going to finish just by showing this Mqf inventory. So here are countries for which we have in the meantime uploaded the information. We are doing more. Many countries are reviewing or developing their national qualifications frameworks. There is also one region, the SADC qualifications framework. So, for example, if we would look at the case Kenya, this is how these snapshots look like: institution, country name, etc. Brief overview, main legal policy documents, the register of qualifications, the access to it. So resources regarding RPL, content related to this specific country, and then here the architecture. So let's say the qualifications map and the entirety of the level descriptors. So the level descriptors sometimes are a bit difficult to find. So here you have them all. That's what I wanted to show very quickly. I know that Colleen will be also talking about different websites, and I wanted just that we start with the Acqf website. Now, just to finalize, there is here this search search functionality. So if you are looking for something like quality assurance, you can search, and then you get 136 items matching your search terms are found here in this website. So related to quality assurance. So it's a very easy way also to go directly to the information you need. And now I stop sharing, and I kindly ask then Colleen to start then preparing her presentation. And also a very short introductory word. So Colleen is going to present what can be considered certainly the core, let's say, of the work we have been doing related to preparation of those tools and methods that will be then used in the future when Acqf is, let's say, ready and validated, endorsed for implementation. It is not enough to have a policy document. It's not. It has to be accompanied by technical tools, by technical guidelines, and also by capacity. And that's what we have been doing, for example, through these 10 guidelines and then these 10 training modules, as well as this training program. One of the important, or as always, as you already know, structures of an Mqf or an RQF, an regional qualifications framework, and meta qualifications framework are obviously the levels and level descriptors. And Colleen is going to tell you a little bit how this work, the construction of the Acqf level descriptors was conducted. So the logic behind all the elements, the thinking, the various steps, how they were organized, the kind of conversation that we organized throughout a number of months, structured meetings, and then structured also forward moving approach. Always every decision, every conversation, every new proposal, analysis duly documented. Documented in form of a matrix and also documented through the videos, the recordings of all these meetings. So that in a few years, where if somebody wants to know, but how were these level descriptors elaborated? What was the thinking? What are the definitions? What does this term mean? What is the skills domain about in the Acqf? All this is well documented, so that any of you can always look for this information. The information is available. Everything is also described in annexes to the guideline and the training module. So this is a process that has been, as much as possible, transparent and well documented. So Colleen, thank you very much for all this work and for all this mutual learning in this team, the steering group working with you especially on the level descriptors. So the floor is yours, Colleen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eduarda, and thank you for that introduction to this actually very exciting part of the work that we are doing. You know me, I'm Colleen Jafter. I presented session 8 with you. I want to stop my video because, you know, in South Africa, we've got a lot of problems with connectivity and electricity. So I don't want to lose you during the presentation. So I'm just going to stop my video. Okay. So yeah, I've got 3 sessions wrapped up into one, and I'm going to kind of play it by ear. I've got 5 polls, and I think maybe I'll do about 2 or 3 of those because I want you to really understand how we worked on getting these level descriptors and the referencing criteria, how we went about doing that. And then with the communication, there has been a slight change to the presentation that you've received, and you will receive this. We're going to show you some interactive websites. So without further ado, let me start. So I'm starting off with the African Continental Qualifications Framework level descriptors. You will find that information in Training Manual 2. So when I spoke to you on Tuesday, I already set the foundation of the basis of all level descriptors is your learning outcome. That's the basis. And simply by us adopting this Acqf level descriptors, we are going to be encouraging a learning outcomes approach across the continent. So what are the key elements of Acqf level descriptors? You've already seen these slides. This is what the Acqf is about. You know the vision, you know the principles, you know the functions, and it is those things that actually determine how the level descriptors are going to look. That influences the decision around numbers and levels and domains. So what is a level descriptor? And I've touched on it briefly in session 8. It is a statement describing learning achievement at a particular level of a qualifications framework. And also in session 8, I said that level descriptors are actually at the heart of Mqf development. And I just added in the definition of the qualification, and you can see it's a planned combination of learning outcomes. So the learning outcomes approach is kind of embedded in level descriptors. So there are 2 types of the qualifications framework that we're dealing with. We're dealing with it at national level and then at the regional level, and there are just basic differences. So the level descriptors will kind of follow as the same generic path, but at the national level, there will be much more detail. And I also covered some of that in session 8, so I'm not going to repeat that. But it's a learning outcomes approach, whether it's at a national level or whether it's at a regional level. So some of the similarities, as I said, level descriptors, they are at the heart of the development of qualifications frameworks. They are formulated as general learning outcome statements. it signals transparency because, you know, at the national level, there will be qualifications attached. So you'll be able to go in and check, you know, what can the person do at that particular level. And I also showed you some examples in session 8. The level descriptors are also a common agreed reference point, and it's a platform for you to get your stakeholders talking about the Nqf. So you get all your stakeholders across the Nqf together, whether it is a sectoral or whether it is a comprehensive framework, but it is a platform for stakeholder dialogue. And then also what Andrea mentioned on day 1 already, that level descriptors are based on there's a logical kind of packaging along vertical and horizontal dimensions. And I will also unpack that a little bit later when I unpack the Acqf level descriptors. And you will also be able to see how your own Nqfs, how it is packaged in a similar way. So the basis of Nqfs and RQFs, it's the same. There's not a lot of difference. What I said before, the key differences between level descriptors of the Nqf and the Acqf. So we're saying that at national level, those descriptors are able to capture much more of the complexities of the national system. But because the Acqf descriptors need to be applicable across 55 countries, they will signify that levels of learning at continental level, and obviously it's not going to capture that same complexities that you see in your national level descriptors. So at the national level, these level descriptors are benchmarks for levels of learning achievement, and as we said, it normally indicates the allocation of a qualification to an Nqf level. And also in session 8, we spoke a bit about how you can have different types of qualifications. You can have more than one qualification on one Nqf level. And later on, when I show you the comparison tool used in Europe, then I'll also show you how we can see which qualifications are at that level. So when you place these qualifications at a specific level, the level descriptor helps to determine, you know, what are the generic kind of competencies that you expect from a qualification holder at that level. Whereas at the Acqf level, obviously, the purpose is different. The Acqf descriptors are more for assisting countries to reference to the Acqf. And it also forms some kind of orientation for countries to strengthen their systems, to assist them to, you know, do kind of a review of their own Nqfs. So the underpinning principles, and these are the underpinning principles that when we were developing the Acqf descriptors, we found that we needed to have a set of principles. Now, there's a lot of research that has been done, and we looked across, you know, internationally to see what are the kinds of key lessons learned. So we packaged the principles to assist with the development. But when I go through these principles, you will see that these principles are not different to what you are doing in your own national Nqf. So the learning outcomes orientation, we've spoken about it before. You already can tick that box to say in our level descriptors, we're also using a learning outcomes orientation. And then with the Acqf descriptors, we're saying that it's applicable to all contexts, formal, non-formal, and informal. Okay, so the learning outcomes orientation is one. Then it contains all these components of transparency. So there's your learning outcomes approach, your validation from non-formal and informal contexts, placement of qualifications in registers, quality assurance, stakeholder participation and endorsement. And you can see that it's not different to what you are doing in your own Nqfs. We had to find a way to make sure that the Acqf is future-oriented and ready for any kind of innovation. And we said we need to put it up front as a principle to say that although we respect the national sovereignty of the countries, we don't expect a lot of changes to the Nqfs. But the Acqf level descriptors will include some future-oriented aspects that we wish to encourage in the NQFs of the member states. So there's got to be that kind of balance between, you know, what is going to be generic and what is going to gear countries towards future orientation. So in terms of the generic scope, you know, most level descriptors, especially comprehensive level descriptors of comprehensive frameworks, and as well as the level descriptors of the Acqf, it's generic because it needs to accommodate a lot of different types of qualifications. So we said the Acqf needs to find the right balance between that generic scope and the future orientation, that agency that it proposes. So when we say generic, it must be able to accommodate all types of learning. So it's broad statements of outcomes of learning complexity with no direct relationship to qualification types. That is at the Acqf level. Obviously in the NQF, there will be a direct relation to qualification types. And as I said before, and I'm just strengthening that, we said that the Acqf will not capture the complexities of an NQF, and it will not be sector specific, because we said that the Acqf is going to be relevant to, whether it's higher education, TVET, general and further, non-formal, informal, it's going to be relevant to everything. And for that reason, the Acqf deliberately uses general language, and we spent a lot of time making sure that we don't use words like that what are too academic, that only stresses that's for higher education. So we needed to make sure that those words that only speak to a specific sector, that when we talk about academic, that we also need to speak about academic or technical or something like that. But we needed to look at the wording to make sure that we don't cut out specific sections. So when we say it's neutral and content free, that's what we mean. It's not specific to a specific subsector. And then although it's generic, we said we will be very explicit in defining what the domains are. You know, if we're choosing knowledge, what does knowledge mean? So we needed to be very specific in definitions to make sure that people understand what we mean when we say these are the Acqf descriptors and these are the domains. Now, something that Andrea already mentioned on day one is that level descriptors are developmental and cumulative. So we also needed to make sure that when we develop the set of descriptors, that each level, we must be able to see that there is a higher level of complexity of learning. It was not an easy task. You know, it took a lot of time. We discussed it. We went through line by line. We looked at all the words. We looked across. We looked left to right, up and down, to make sure that there's no confusion. Because we wanted people to be able to see what is the complexity at the lower levels and what is how it changes at the higher levels. And you know, so we wanted to make sure that we provided some clarity. And also we needed to make sure that there was no repetition, that each level built on the lower levels and then encompassed all the previous levels. So at your level 7, it means that all these complexities that you've learned from 1 to level 6, at level 7, we are saying that it's embedded in that level. So I think that's a very important principle that a lot of people don't always understand, is that it encompasses all the previous levels. And then we needed to make sure that vertically and horizontally that it is consistent, that there's no confusion, that the wording that you're using across the levels, that it's pertinent to that level. And I'll show you later on, you know, how we came to that conclusion. Then the last principle, we said we want conceptual and technical clarity and consistency. So as I said before, each domain and subdomain, it's a conceptual determination. There's a definition. We wanted this to be as simple, brief, and general as possible, because it is a continental framework and it's continental level descriptors. So it doesn't need to be as detailed as a national qualifications framework. We decided we will only be using positive, clear, specific statements. We tried our best to make sure that it's jargon free, not also very easy. And we tried to make sure that the language wasn't technical. And then also something that we picked up from the key learnings from other regional qualifications frameworks, that we would avoid specific words such as narrow and good and narrower, broader, appropriate. We would avoid those words. We would rather look at how we're going to be, stating this in a much clearer way. So those were the 6 principles, and it really helped us to focus when we started looking at what the actual descriptors would look like. So let's moving on to the development and the design of the descriptors. Eduarda alluded to this earlier when she gave the introduction. So we've had the principles. We also looked at what are the key learnings. So we looked at global practice, we looked at global knowledge, and we looked at the regional qualifications frameworks that we have. What are the kinds of domains that they're using? How are they packaging? So we looked internationally. And then in terms of the African context, and there are quite a number of countries that have level descriptors. You can read up in the Icqf feasibility study. We've got all that information there. There is also a thematic brief on level descriptors, which, it takes us across Africa and shows us how people have packaged their level descriptors. Then in August 2021, we also had a survey where we asked people, what are the domains that they think, or what are the levels, how many levels, and we used a lot of that information when we were kind of developing the descriptors. Then there also is a very good orientation note that provided a lot of guidance. We didn't want to get too stuck in detail, and this orientation note actually just gave us that push that we needed to start the development. And now we had all this research, we had an orientation note, we had some thematic briefs, but what we struggled to find was in other regional qualifications frameworks. So where did they start? What was the first thing that they did? How did they get to these words? How did they get? So we struggled to find a kind of a methodological tool, and we decided we're just going to develop our own. So we followed a kind of a matrix approach where we had an Excel spreadsheet, and we just started a draft based on other regional qualifications frameworks. We started the draft, and then we got together, regularly, and we strengthened that draft. We looked across, we looked up and down. We said these words don't work. We developed a glossary specifically dealing with that descriptors. We unpacked it horizontally, we unpacked it vertically, so that we made sure that it is highly consistent. And then the glossary just grew and grew. I think at the moment it's like 7 pages, but we wanted to make sure that people understand what these words mean. We looked a lot at, we looked at Bahrain. Bahrain has got a very detailed glossary explaining what it means, straightforward, context, simple, limited, what it means. So we decided that that was a very good approach, and we developed something like that for the Icqf, and it is available. So so we presented this on the 13th of January, and so far we haven't had received any objections to it, and we're still going to run a pilot with these with the level descriptors. So we've got our underpinning principles. You know exactly what the Icqf descriptors, that's our policy statement, is regional, generic, broad statements, and you can already see where your own Nqf fits in here. If you look at your own Nqf descriptors, you already know it's a learning outcomes, orientation, transparency, and so on. You can already say it's generic, development, and developmental and cumulative. So already you can identify your own level descriptors are speaking the same language as the Icqf. And you see, when we were doing the research, we looked across Africa, and we saw that there were a number of frameworks. The majority were 10 levels. We have 5 levels, 6 levels. I think we've got 8 levels, and we've got 10 levels. And we decided to go with 10 levels, also based on the survey and based on the majority. And then because we said we're going to keep these domains simple, we decided 3 domains. You know, we don't want to have too many domains. We want to maintain that principle of simplicity. So we decided on knowledge, skills, and autonomy and responsibility, and we've got clear definition. This is knowledge. It's the various kinds of knowledge, such as facts, principles, and theories. Skills, it's the ability to use that knowledge to respond to information and address problems. And then we wanted to make sure that we are incorporating, you know, your green skills, your innovation, practical, social, digital. We wanted to make sure that we say that up front, that these skills are inclusive of all that future orientation that we were talking about. And the third one is autonomy and responsibility. We're looking at the context and the extent of the application of autonomy and responsibility. We've also got a detailed glossary explaining all the terms in the Icqf descriptors. So what is the actual link between the qualification levels and the Icqf descriptors? Because, you know, that is, we're also wanting people to let us know that. Just trying to get rid of this. So, and in the next session, and I will talk about it in more detail, but I've already taken you through Icqf criterion 1 and criterion 2 in session 8. And actually you can see here, criterion 2, we've worked through part of that kind of a self-assessment exercise. So you are well on your way to referencing. Very exciting. You know, we're hoping that lots of countries are going to come on board and say we want to reference. So you've already started that process, and I will go into more detail in the next session on referencing. I don't know if we've got time for poll 1, but let me just move on, because I'm not sure about the time, and then we can see at the end whether we'll be.
You have time, Colleen.
Oh, is there time? Okay, let us do poll 1, Erika.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. Now you should be able to see the link in the chat and the QR code on your screen. Also, you can access this short poll via Menti using the code 13772104. I will just leave the QR code on the screen for a couple of seconds and then pass the question to Colleen.
Okay. Is this poll 1? So it says to ease the use and application, level descriptors should, and then select all that apply. Should it be detailed enough to capture the complexities of an Mqf? Should it be general enough to accommodate different parts of the system? Should it be suitable for all contexts? Should it explain the logic of the domain, subdomains, and levels? Should it be consistently applied? Should it be made visible and accessible to users through training and information? Should it capture the balance between being prescriptive and being descriptive? Let's see, we've got about 5-6 people online. I'll just give some more people. I'll just give some more people a chance to get online. Let's see what we're coming up with. Okay, so the logic, explain the logic of the domain seems to be very popular. Be detailed enough to capture the complexities. Capture the balance between being prescriptive and being descriptive, yes. I think it looks like explain the logic of the domains and levels. I think people are finding a lot of value in that. Okay, shall we move on from this one? Just see where we were now. I lost my place. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen. So now I'm at the actual Acqf level descriptors. So we've already said that it's the domains are knowledge, skills, and autonomy and responsibility. Early on in the discussion, we made a conscious decision to make sure that we start with level 1. A lot of frameworks start with level 10, and we didn't want to give the impression that, you know, higher education is of more value than the qualifications at the lower levels. So we made this decision very early in our discussions, and that is how we started structuring. A very early decision that we made also was to say the learning outcomes relates to formal, non-formal, and informal learning at this level. So we wanted to state that up front. You know, so everyone can know that when we speak about the Acqf descriptors, it's applicable not only formal, but it's non-formal and informal. Then what I've just done is to underline a key word in each level, because, you know, for horizontal consistency, we try to look across to say, if we're using simple at level 1, can we use it again at level 2? And what does that mean? So that also assists to compare Mqf descriptors, and maybe perhaps some of you have already done this in your own context, where you take each of your levels and then look at maybe there are 2 or 3 keywords or 1 word per column to say that this word explains exactly what we mean by this level. So this is what we did, and then we decided that for each of these words that we've underlined that is key to that level, we will have a definition. So we included it in our glossary. But even for us to get to this point, it took a long time because, you know, like limited and minimal, you know, is it level 1? Is it level 2? What does it mean? And how are we going to distinguish that difference? Now, it doesn't mean that if you've got minimal at level 3, that your level 3 is equal to level 1. It just means that, you know, we have defined it here. So if you explain the logic, then we will be able to make that comparison clearer. But this is just for us to understand what level 1 is about, what level 2 is about, and then also to help other countries to understand what the Acqf levels descriptors actually mean. So these like level 1 to 5, this is normally one continuous table, but I've just split it up so that I can show you how we work this. The same with level 6 to 10, we also made sure that there's 1 word, at least a minimum of 1 word that we can say describes that column. And it took a long time for us to get to this point where we can say, you know, this is the package that we are looking for. So countries will have a lot more detail in their Mqf level descriptors, because as I said, you know, it's linked to specific qualifications and you'll have more specific elements. So if the Acqf level descriptors are looking very generic, it's supposed to look generic because it must be applicable across all countries. And we know that there are lots of Mqfs with very, very concise elaborations of their level descriptors. So it is actually going to be easy to make the comparison. I've just unpacked one. I've shown you an example of, you know, when we're using a description like the word simple. So I'm just using this example, simple. It's the same one that I've shown you before, but I'm just saying, so here we have the word simple at level 1. So in my glossary, so we've got this glossary. I already in the glossary, I say, so where will you find simple? You will find it at level 1. What does it mean? It means uncomplicated and easy to understand. It can be used without experience and is found at the lowest level of complexity. So I already know it's my entry level, so it's at level 1. And then when I talk about the progression in complexity, so how does it move from simple? Where do you move to? So simple moves to basic at level 2, simple communication, basic communication, simple repetitive solutions to address simple problems. Here I'm saying simple problems moves to straightforward problems. So simple moves to straightforward and to basic, just so that people can understand, what is the logic of these two levels. It's best to take 2 or 3 levels together to show how the complexity increases. I also use the example of mastery at level 9. So the word mastery, where do we find it at level 9? What does it mean? It means superiority in knowledge and skills. We can, we can tighten this definition up a little bit. But what does it mean in terms of progression in complexity? So yeah, I'm already explaining. So you go from mastery to expertise. So we're talking about mastery, and now we're going into substantial and original knowledge contribution. So here you can see how this moves from mastery to expert. But the glossary and the definition actually gives a little bit, it highlights that a bit more, because it's very difficult to see it if it's not clearly defined. Okay, so I've spoken about the horizontal logic. So when you look across, and I've spoken about the keywords and the glossary that assists to help the definition and to explain.
Glossário que ajuda a definição, explica isto. Então, não estamos a falar de lógica virtual. Então, não mudei.
Set of level descriptors that I'm using. And it's I'm sure in your own Icqf you can also do the same. You can unpack it in the same way. So we said the Icqf level descriptors, it's 1 to 10, starting with 1. 1 is at the top, 10 is at the bottom. But the arrow is going down because we are saying it starts with level 1 to 10. And because we know progression goes from lower to higher levels of complexity. That's why this arrow isn't going up, because we're talking about the Icqf descriptors. So now we want to look at, so what is this vertical coherence? I'm looking now down and I'm looking up. How is this coherent? We've already discussed the horizontal. So I've just taken one aspect of the skills domain, which is the types of problems. I've just taken one, and I've showed you how we move from level 1 to level 10. I know this is a lot to take in, and I hope I'm not confusing you even more, but just bear with me. I hope it will be able to become clear in the next few slides. So at level 1, I explained to you how we spoke about simple, and now we're moving. This is just the types of problems. Level 2, we're getting straightforward problems, then familiar problems. Level 4, varied problems, unfamiliar problems, complex and sometimes abstract. Now at level 7, it's complex and abstract, because obviously there's a progression in complexity. At level 8, we're talking about highly complex problems. At level 9, we're talking about mastery of problems. And at level 10, we're talking about emergent new problems. So when we unpack it in this way, it helps us to check the vertical coherence, because we've said across there's specific words to identify the complexity at that level. But now we also need to see, so when is there progress, does it increase the complexity? Does it increase as the person moves from level 1 to level 10? Because remember, we said that's a principle. The principle is that there needs to be some progression in complexity. So I'm still using the same set of level descriptors. I've just unpacked now the knowledge domain. So knowledge domain, if you unpack it into the elements, it's a type of knowledge, and the scope. It's the same thing. I'm just unpacking it so that you can see how it progresses from simple knowledge at level 1 to substantial and original knowledge contribution at level 10. But you can see here, factual. Then we go to mainly factual, operational, technical, incorporating theoretical aspects, and we move there. There is some kind of movement from level 1 to level 10, and that's just the knowledge domain. So in your own NQFs, you're also able to do this, to unpack your domain, to see what are the sub-elements, and then to look at the progression. And that will it will actually help you to compare, to make a comparison with the Acqf level descriptors. The skills domain is quite full. So we've unpacked it into the type of skill, the response to information. Remember the definition was, the type of skill, how they respond to information, and how you address types of problems. So we've just unpacked it into the various sub-elements so that we can also check whether this is actually people are increasing in complexity from level 1 to level 10. We've got your simple way, simple communication, follow simple instructions, use simple repetitive solution to address simple problems. At level 5, we're seeing a range of well-developed technical skills with some specialization. And you can see here under addressing types of problems, it's apply a range of solutions, often in combination to address unfamiliar problems. And most of these have the glossary will explain exactly what we mean by including this word in this level. You may have some of these words in other levels. It doesn't mean that that there's that it's not the same. It just it's going to be the way you are defining it for that level. And then obviously at level 10, expert skills and techniques. And I think level 10 seems to be the easiest one to write, because there you're expecting innovation, creation of emergent and new ideas, address emergent, new and critical problems. So under the skills domain, it's a bit full, but we are able to still unpack it so that we can see the differences in complexity. Autonomy and responsibility. We also, we spent a lot of time with this actual domain, because we wanted to look at the individual in what are the types of contexts that individual will be working. And we needed to be very careful about using words like supervise and, at the continental level, because we wanted it to be applicable. So you can see at level 1, highly structured repetitive contexts, close supervision and guidance, minimal responsibility for self. And if you jump to level 10, emergent new contexts, expertise in management of new ideas. But and remember that we said a principle also is that all the previous levels, the complexities are embedded in this. So when somebody has this expertise, we already saying that the person has done all of this. They've got full autonomy. They are highly advanced. So everything under the lower levels are embedded. That is why if we're using the word expertise, it doesn't mean that, but what about full autonomy? Is it different? It means that all of these are embedded in this final level. So I'm glad to see that you've already answered this question. And we're saying that the level descriptors is not a very easy, it can be challenging, but you need to make sure that people understand the logic, and it's being promoted by ministries and so on, and it is included in teaching and learning. We're going to skip poll 2 for now, and we move to the referencing, because there's a very close link between the level descriptors and the referencing. And you can see here, when we speak about referencing, the Acqf, we've already now established that the Acqf is a 10-level framework. So when we are done with our referencing, we will have our 10 levels here as the Acqf translation device. And all the countries in the Acqf environment will be referencing their qualification levels. So they will work through the NQFs and they will compare to the Acqf levels. And when everything is done, we will have a very clear indication of how 5 levels reference, how 8 levels reference to the 10-level Acqf, but it will be crystal clear. So referencing is a core function of the Acqf. Now, what are the key elements of referencing? And you've seen this, the slide before. Eduardo spoke about it already. These are the 7 areas in the Acqf development. It has already been presented to the advisory group. So this is kind of a working document already. And the referencing is very prominent in these 7 areas. So what is this referencing? I remember the very first time I heard about referencing, I think it was in 2014 or 2013. I was like, referencing, but you know, isn't that what you do when you write your thesis and then you've got a list of references? So that is a referencing, but it's not that referencing that we are referring to now. So the referencing is a way of comparing national qualifications frameworks with those of an overarching qualifications framework. In this case, it's the Acqf, but referencing has been done in other contexts and in other regions already. Referencing is a very structured process. There's agreed and common criteria and procedures, and it is normally driven by a national multi-stakeholder team of experts. And this team actually responds to the referencing criteria, and they establish the link between the Mqf or the Mqf, the levels of their qualifications and their quality assurance with that of a regional qualifications framework. And it has been done already. You know, we're just developing this process for the Acqf now. So why would we want to do this referencing? And later on, I can show you the comparison tool where we are doing this because we want to contribute to mutual trust and understanding. We want to say, here we have a 10-level Acqf, and the countries in the region here, we use this as a translation device to show you how it compares with other countries in the Acqf environment. So the main purpose, it's about transparency, it's about information sharing, and it's about comparability across Africa. Now, a lot of people are not clear on, you know, there's a lot of things that can still be ironed out about what referencing is, and we're saying it's a comparison and a linking, and it's going to be open to all operational Mqfs. And we don't want people to be afraid. You know, we are all able to do this referencing. In session 8, you already showed that you are able to tackle that second criterion. You've already showed that you're able to do that. So you don't have to be afraid, you know, and we will guide you. There will be enough support. And we understand that, you know, this is a gradual process. Some countries may not be able to meet all the referencing criteria, but we can have a phased approach because we want people to understand the qualifications in Africa, because that is what it's about. So the whole thing, you know, we're supporting countries, we're encouraging countries, we're improving the way countries are doing things. So when you look at referencing, we want you to see it as that is the process. It is not an exam. It is not, you know, something you're going to hand in an essay and you're going to pass or fail. It is not a competitive process. It is not a ranking between countries. It's not going to be one country is better than then. It's not those things. It is a process of self-assessment. You're going to be learning from the people in your stakeholder groupings. You're going to be working with them. It's going to be a mutual learning, and it's going to be about bringing all those things together in your country, and you know, to aid this comparison and transparency. So we want to encourage you to participate in the referencing. It's not going to be something that you cannot do. There will be an Acqf governance structure. So the governance structure will have an oversight responsibility for the referencing process. It will have the mandate and technical capacity to provide guidance and support. So we're saying that this governance structure and support team, they will be able to encourage countries to initiate referencing. They will provide technical and methodological support, and they will be able to advance referencing processes and endorse and publish referencing reports. as I said before, that referencing it's not a new concept. It has been happening in other areas. The most prominent area is the European Qualifications Framework. They have made a lot of advancements in this area, and you can, if you go onto the Europass or the European Qualifications Framework on the website, you will see all these achievements. So as of February 2022, and it may have even improved since then, you know, when you have an RQF, it actually supports countries to develop NQFs or further develop their NQFs. Now, in 2008, the Icqf had about 3 countries that had NQFs, and now they've got 37 countries that have adopted and are implementing NQFs. Now, that is really a great success story. Then the large majority of these Icqf countries, they've actually launched the digital qualifications databases, and it's accessible online. And I think a lot of this has been because referencing actually encourages that and builds that. Out of the 38 countries, 36 have completed referencing, and they've also renewed the referencing reports. There's 5 of them that have done that. Very exciting is that 33 of these countries, they are actually using that European qualifications level. Remember, we're saying we're going to be referencing qualifications frameworks to the Acqf. And once you've done, then you can use that Acqf level. You can say this qualification is at NQF level 8 and Acqf level 8. So in Europe, they are actually using these qualification levels on their qualification documents. And they are also using it in their national qualifications databases. So there's lots of transparency tools. There's a portal of the referencing reports. You know, these are published. So we've got a lot of resources to look at. So how have other countries structured their referencing responses? There's a lot of support in that area. There's a lot of research that has been done. And a very exciting thing that I think is, and I want to show it to you later, is this digital tool to compare NQFs. And I'm really excited about having something like that for Africa. I think that is really going to, you know, to boost our confidence. Okay, and then also we've got this Europass, and you can go onto the Europass website to see how everything is all related to making sure that people are able to be mobile. In SADC, I'm not sure how, if there's been a lot of movement since then, but I know South Africa and Seychelles completed. They don't call it referencing, they call it alignment, but it's the same. And I know that there are some countries that are in the final stages. And then in the ASEAN qualifications reference framework, I know that 4 countries completed. So what we've done is, when we were developing the referencing criteria for Africa, we wanted to use a streamlined approach that's also robust and quality assured. So we've kind of used a streamlined approach so that you know, so that people don't get too caught up in too many criteria in the report. So we've kind of minimized that, but the quality is still there. This is the tool, and I will show you later how it works. What you can do, you can just click on any 2 countries, and then you click compare, and then it shows you how these countries' qualifications frameworks compare across Europe. But I hope we have time to go through that later on. So moving into the actual referencing criteria for the Acqf. And we said we've worked on a streamlined approach. In session 2, I've already spoken about these 2 criterion. You have already worked through Acqf criterion 2. There's been some kind of movement on that. So, you know, you've already started the process. Acqf criterion 3 is talks about, you know, the processes and procedures for including qualifications in the NQF, the classification, and then also you know, so how do we verify this information? Is there a national register of qualifications? And there, already a lot of you have that. And then Acqf criterion 4 is about quality assurance. And in Eduarda and Kailash's presentation yesterday, they spoke about internal quality assurance and also the quality assurance principles of the Acqf. So there are only going to be 4 criteria. Because when we looked at the actual referencing criteria, just noting the time, when we looked at the referencing criteria, we saw that these were actually what people need to report on, and the other referencing criteria, because it's usually 10, it's mostly about governance and reporting. So these are the 4 referencing criteria, and it's all things that you are able to do. You know this, you're ready to move on this referencing. I can see lots of people are saying they want to do this. And then what we done was group the other criteria into governance procedures. So here it's just about who's going to be, driving the referencing process in the countries. Is it a task team? Is it a body or what? And then your quality assurance bodies need to be on board as well. We are saying that, it's good to have international experts to provide an advisory role. Then obviously there needs to be some kind of report that addresses the criteria, evidence-based, that referencing outcome will be published. And after the referencing has been done and it's been endorsed, then we are hoping that you will be able to put the appropriate Icqf level on the document or the diploma supplement, but that there will be some way that we will be able to identify that qualifications framework has been referenced to the Icqf. So these are the governance procedures and follow-up. Now, we said that this is not an exam, we don't want people to feel like a lot of pressure. It's not a ranking. And so we are inviting member states to participate, to address those, the criteria, look at the criteria, address it in a national report. So there will be one single national referencing report that will show the statement of the comparable relationship between the Mqf and the Icqf, because we're saying that it's about mutual understanding. So we want to understand your framework, we want to understand your qualifications and how it compares. And as we said, the Icqf is a translation device in this regard. This referencing report will be shared with members of the governance structure, and it is not, as I said, a pass or fail, but to provide some assistance and support and some kind of constructive advice for review and amendment and so on. I don't know if you've got time for that poll 3. Eduardo, I think I'm just going to move on and then
you can do if you, it's okay.
Can we do the poll?
Yeah.
Okay, let's maybe do poll 3 before we go on. Okay, we are in Mentimeter.
Thank you, Colleen.
If you're in Mentimeter, this is the code 29222715. Or you can just do a snapshot of the QR code. So the question is, what is referencing to Icqf? Just select everything that applies. So referencing of national qualifications frameworks and systems to the Icqf is the core function of the Icqf as a meta qualifications framework for the African continent. Is it that? You can select more than one. Referencing is a process to compare national qualifications frameworks with those of the overarching qualifications framework. Referencing is a process of self-assessment, mutual learning, comparison, and transparency. Referencing is not a competitive process or ranking between countries and is not an exam to pass or fail. I see we've got 12 people. It just gives a little bit more people a chance to get in. I think this is a very important question because this will be the first time we will be attempting referencing at the continental level in Africa. So it's good that that people know that what referencing is and what it is not. Okay, I think it's pretty clear. People understand what referencing is. I think we can go to that question. Where do you think the Acqf level on qualifications document should be displayed? Should it be on the actual diploma? Should it be on the transcript? Should it be on the diploma or certificate supplement? Should it be on National Qualifications Register or on other? If you can make a selection to see what do you think is the most appropriate place to place your Acqf level once you've referenced to the Acqf. I see on the National Qualifications Register is actually the most popular response. But this is very interesting. This is very interesting because, you know, when we were in the SADC region, when we were discussing this in South Africa, and a lot of our stakeholders said, some said they would prefer it on the transcript because to make changes to other areas, it will, like for instance, they didn't want it on the actual diploma or certificate, because they said to make changes to that qualification award, the documentation, it's a long process. So they said on the transcript, you can, you know, you can place it easily, or obviously in your register, you will be able to see it there. So this is very interesting, and I think that's got a lot to do with the legislation in specific countries. So you will kind of have to be guided by your policies and your legislation regarding qualifications and certification. But when you get to that part of the referencing, then each one will see, you know, what is the best way to do that. I think we can move from that now. Thank you very much. That was a very good poll. Just go back to screen sharing. I'm just trying to find my place again. Okay, so we know what referencing is about. We have a kind of idea of, you know, this Acqf level will be, it needs to be visible somewhere. It's going to be part of the visibility of the Mqf and of the Acqf. So what does this process entail? So each country can determine their own report structure. And when you look, you can go onto the Icqf website, you can look at the SADC reports, you can look at the ASEAN referencing reports, and you can see how these reports are structured, so you can decide. But we're suggesting the minimum elements. So number one, you need to describe your whole education system, including adult learning, literacy, basic skills, continuing training, pathways for learners, quality assurance, the main institutions and stakeholders, their roles, main legislative acts, regulatory texts. This is you already have this. And even if I go onto the Acqf website, I can see that you already have this information. Then number two, the Mqf, the goals, legal and regulatory acts, status of implementation, main challenges, and plans for further development. So, and already a lot of you have that information already. And we've got the information on the Acqf website as well. And then obviously this part number 3, which is the fundamental component of the report. And if you look at all the referencing reports, you'll see that there is a chapter where they respond to the referencing criteria. Now we've streamlined that referencing criteria so that you can focus more on the processes in the countries. And here each criterion will be addressed separately. So to avoid duplication, you can refer to obviously to the first two chapters, you know, when you're talking about the Mqf, because when you, in your response to the referencing criteria, you will make some reference there. And then lastly, obviously the sources that you used for developing your referencing report. And then just to ensure that your report is easy to understand, you know, to be structured in a comprehensive and integrated way. You will cross-referencing chapters so that there's not a lot of duplication, and you'll obviously use examples and an attractive layout, because your referencing report is something that will be in the public domain, and you want people to be able to navigate that report as well. So what are these steps? So, you know, I think in that initial presentation, we had about 10 steps here. So we're trying to really streamline this so that we can rather focus on the development and, you know, the strengthening of the Mqfs and supporting and improving. So we can rather focus on that instead of getting bogged down in too much criteria and too many steps. So we've settled on this 5 steps. So step number 1, that is your basically your self-assessment and a decision to start the process. You do the self-assessment because you want to gauge how close the country is to meeting the referencing criteria. Then you will also make a decision to start the process, and you will inform the Icqf governance structure. That is step number 1. And you've already started on this step because we've done some kind of, you know, self-assessment in session 8. Step number 2 is the roadmap plan and short training. So here the country referencing team will participate in a short virtual training on Icqf referencing and introduction to the referencing intranet, which we will be building. Here, the country can elaborate a plan for the referencing process. You can say what kind of referencing approach you will be using, some kind of information on the process, the milestones, who will be the focal point in the country to make any amendments and so on. Step number 3, now this referencing report, if you've gone through this process, you know that it could take a lot of time to write the referencing report. So we've split this report up into 3 phases. So we're saying referencing report part 1. This will be a state of play presentation via a remote meeting to the Icqf governance structure. And there'll also be some kind of question and answer session. So here it's an initial presentation. You will talk about the main features of the Mqf, the main issues, key information sources, roadmap, any needs in technical support or other support that you need, inputs into the quality, reliability of the referencing process. This session in step 3, this is a very useful session to provide information to both the referencing country and the Icqf governance structure. Here, you know, it's an opportunity to share views, to organize information, to support the process, and to start that dialogue. So step number 4, we're referencing report part 2. And here we're saying that the report should actually be 80% complete. Obviously, we're hoping that there will be some digital platform where you know you can send any updates to your initial position and so on. And step number 5, this is a final national. There'll be a final national consultation meeting, a final report submitted to the Icqf governance structure. Some kind of presentation, probably via remote meeting. And if there are any needs for like reviews, you know, you will meet with the Icqf governance structure so that you can get some support and any kind of review, any kind of additional information that is needed. So we are saying here that we will be making use of virtual meetings. So it's not going to be a lot of to and fro, traveling between countries and so on. It can be done virtually. We are also working on a set of digital referencing tools and just to streamline this process. So what are we saying? We're proposing these days, and it's just a proposal, you don't have to feel stuck with it. So we're saying the step 1, because it's a very easy step. We're saying we propose, it takes about 2 days. Step 2 is also about a 2-day process. Step 3, you could have about 3 days to prepare for this meeting, and then a 3-hour meeting where you do your presentations. Step 4, we're saying that this could take up to 9 months if you're working 5 days a month. It could take about 9 months. And the last stage, we're saying that it could be up to 2 months if you're working 5 days a month. So that is what we're proposing. We're saying that, the entire referencing process shouldn't actually be longer than 1.5 years. So in terms of the principles, we're saying that this is about continuous improvement, mutual understanding between countries, and we're acting in full respect of the following principles. So the Icqf is a public policy and instrument. It is holistic, integral, and unified. And the referencing between Mqfs and the Icqf is based on trust and integrity of the process. Very, very important, the second bullet, coordination, support, and continuous improvement of the process and outcomes, and then establishing and maintaining the zone of trust by providing transparency to the process. So that's our basic principles that we're going to be conducting the referencing based on. And when we talk about support to countries, we, referencing, if you talk to some people, it could take a long, long time. So we're saying we don't want it to be overly complex and time consuming. We want it to be a process of dialogue, peer review, analysis, self-assessment. We want it to be that. It's an encouraging process, it's a period of growth and, it's just understanding. And we will be giving support to countries to plan and carry out this process. You can see we've already tried to streamline the criteria and the steps and so on. And you need to understand that in this, it's the country that is the major beneficiary. The country is going to be benefiting from this. So how will we encourage and advance referencing? There will be regular briefs from the Icqf governance structure. There are various platforms and communication methods. We will use that. The Acqf website, and I'm glad that Eduarda showed you the website. Even yesterday, there was a very good video clip of the Acqf website that you can use. So we're going to be communicating via the Acqf website. We're working on a digital tool to support the referencing process. We want good documentation. We've already started this dissemination of the Icqf guidelines and the training modules. We've got a set of principles, templates. The training sessions, and some of this we've already started now in the training sessions, and then in the referencing process as well. We're taking people through some training. There will be peer sharing and coaching. There already is a lot of peer sharing, and we're doing all this through online communication and e-meetings. So that is referencing in a nutshell. I've showed you the 4 referencing criteria, the governance procedures, what are the steps of referencing, and some of the minimum elements of the report. And we've stressed that the country is the major beneficiary, and it is a process of self-assessment, analysis, and review. So going through the challenges, and I don't want to, we have had some challenges, but we learn from those challenges so that we can also improve the way we're doing things going forward. So when we look at the challenges, we don't look at it as a roadblock, we look at it as a way to improve the way we're doing things. So because this is a learning outcomes approach, and we've started the discussion about the learning outcomes approach, so we're saying it might not be well understood or well developed in countries. Now we're saying simply just by the Acqf being a learning outcomes-based framework, we will strengthen the learning outcomes approaches in countries. We're also saying that countries may not fully meet the requirements of all the referencing criteria, but they want to undertake, they want to prepare for the referencing. So how will they be encouraged? So we've got those 4 criteria, and we will be able to assist countries, support them, identify the gaps and the challenges per criterion. Okay, so the whole process is about motivation and encouraging countries to plan and undertake the necessary improvements. So the whole process of referencing is about stakeholder involvement and improvement. Also, a challenge is that some countries may only have a sectoral qualifications framework, and you've seen there that we've got there are some Nqfs that are only sectoral. How are they going to be undertaking referencing? So we're saying they can do a sectoral referencing. They can reference the sector. I think here we know about this one. A lot of us know about this one, especially when there's not a lot of support and not a lot of resources to conduct referencing. This can take many years, and there'll be many delays and lots of challenges. But because we're saying there will be a national referencing committee or team or task force, this task force can propose ways to minimize the delays in decision making. So we can look at that and look at how we can minimize the delays. So we have some challenges, but we also, for each of the challenges, we have some solutions. We've already done poll 4. Oops, just go back. So it's about 20 to 1 now. We've got about 20 minutes for this. This is the last session, and I hope you're not so tired of my voice. The last session is about Acqf and Nqf communication. So we spoke about the level descriptors, and we've spoken about the referencing. And so we're going to move off from that now and speak a little bit about communication, whether it's Nqfs or with the Acqf. And Eduardo has already given you some indication of, what is available on the Acqf website, because the Acqf website is our central hub of information on what is available in Africa. So there's a lot of information there, documents and videos and infographics, you name it, you can find all that information, and you can actually use it in your countries to conduct any training and so on. So let me start off by saying that what you need to know about the Nqf is the Nqf is a system. And we've already spoken about all these elements of the Nqf as a system. We've gone through this in the course of the week, but we're also saying that user outreach and communication is a part of that Nqf system. So when you're developing your Nqf, you need to have all these little elements, but make sure that you also have, you also make sure that you inform stakeholders and, just reach out to them in terms of your Nqf. So the Acqf communication and the Nqf, and I'm saying it's a slash because it's more or less based on the same principles. So user outreach and communication is a key component. We need to make sure that your message about your Nqf, especially it reaches the people. I heard a story about someone was riding in a taxi, and the taxi driver knew about the Nqf levels. So so how do you reach the people, the public? If they need to know about your Nqf. How do you make sure that this gets out there? So you need to raise visibility, create awareness. This information also drives policy decision-making training. You want to use your available instruments, but it also needs to be the most suitable instruments. And some of this communication can be very costly. So you also need to have a balance about what is possible based on your budget. So it's just about ways to manage knowledge, share information, and kind of drive your outreach and advocacy. So there are many elements to communication. So you need to look at what are your objectives. And if I just look at the 7 areas of the Acqf, I can already look at how I can communicate what are the kinds of things that I can say. Even with the Nqf as a system, if I look across like quality assurance, RPL, I already know how I can package certain messages because my Nqf is going to be communicating that whole system. So when you look at the messages that you're sending out, is it about information? Do you want people to be aware? Do you want to offer support? Do you want to build relationships? And we had a very important discussion where Eswatini was saying, you know, how do you get your stakeholders on board? Surely they are very important. And then you also want to get some kind of feedback. So you want to send the messages, and then you also want people to respond, because you also want to see how can you help them to make these things better. So when you look at the purposes, you look at all of those things. And just thinking back on Eswatini, and I remember someone in the chat said, how do you seduce these stakeholders? I thought maybe it's, you know, rather look at how are you going to influence them, and influence them because you want them to own the Mqf. You want them to take ownership of it. So you need to look at in your network, and if you just look at the system, you can already say who's in your quality assurance network, who's your RPL network, who's your credit accumulation and transfer, what network, what directory, stakeholder directories do you have, what distribution list do you have, what internal targets, audiences do you need to target, what internal audience, do you have your external audience, what is the kind of audience type? So there already you're looking at what are the stakeholders that you need to actually, that some person said seduce. I say it's, you know, who do you need to influence? You also look at your visual identity, so your infographics, your logos, you know, because you want people to immediately have a connection with what you with your Mqf. You're also going to look at, so what is the best time to send these messages? What is the frequency? Is it going to be weekly? Is it going to be daily? It's going to be twice a day. Some people find some things very annoying when it's twice a day. So how are you going to make sure that the messages get out? And then some kind of principles of communication. Now, there are many, many channels and resources that you can use to get to your target audiences. Here you need to actually consider the costs and the amount of people that you have. For example, many Mqfs have websites, whether it's at the ministry or whether it's at the qualifications authority, but there is some kind of website. And the main thing with those websites, it needs to be up to date. You know, there needs to be regular news and, you know, because your website is basically your main hub of information. Like the Icqf website is the key hub for Icqf information. If you need to find anything, that's where you go. Your first point of call is there. And Eduardo showed you that you can do a search for anything. You know, if I'm writing a paper, I can just go and search level descriptors. And I can find something on the Icqf website, and there's a load of information there. Social media is a very important channel. But we are saying, and in the communication guideline, I'm saying that the Icqf, it's not advisable for the Icqf to have social media, a separate social media platform, but the Mqfs and the authorities and the ministries and the quality assurance agencies, they can use their own social media to advertise to advertise the Icqf website, because when you have social media, it takes a long time to develop that online presence, and it needs a dedicated person to be tweeting and to be writing on Facebook and LinkedIn. You need dedicated people there. So it's a lot to do about, you know, what people is available and what is the cost available. And Mqf Helpline is very good to have. People can ask any information. How do I find a provider? I've registered for this course. Is this course valid? Is it on the Mqf? So some kind of where that people can get help. And then also videos and infographics, very good. And there are some very good videos on the Icqf website. The videos are actually very professional. You can, all the webinars, you can actually go in and just find some video clips, and a lot of it you can use in your training, because it's not just about Icqf, it's about the countries in the Icqf environment. Infographics, especially when you're working with a younger grouping, they're just wanting to see something on one page that's just quick, where they can just look at, you know, a lot of graphic detail, and especially when it's statistics. So you're looking at infographics. It's a good way to engage your stakeholders. Events, invite stakeholders, get invited to their events. Email correspondence, so you can send, you know, people in your email list. You can that's another way to get to your stakeholders. And then obviously your publications and media coverage, which is very specific, but so there are a number of channels that you can use to engage your stakeholders. You also need to look at what are the kinds of challenges for each of the channels, for each of the stakeholder, and so on. And then obviously you need to monitor and evaluate your communication, because you also need to update it. If something is not working as well as what you wanted it to work, you look for feedback and then you improve, because that is why we ask for feedback, so that we can improve the system. In terms of our principles, remember that everything that we are saying about, if you're talking about your Mqf, everything that you do contributes towards its perception. So you want to keep it positive, encouraging, you know, you want to have that kind of stance. Everything should be positive when you're dealing with Mqf stakeholders and so on. And you also want to make sure that your communication is regular, so that there's no confusion. You want to engage, you want to find the best way to engage your stakeholders. If there are any templates, if there are any donor requirements, you know, make sure that if it needs to be placed onto your communication, that it's there. Make sure that your communication fits the technical level of your audience. Points should be very clear and easily recognizable, and messages should be succinct. I remember when we used to have events, you know, we used to identify short sentences that whoever's going to be on social media, that they can copy and paste those short sentences about the event, about the themes of the event. So that it's quick and easy to read. If you look at Twitter, you know, it's a certain amount of characters and people don't want to read a long thing anymore. They're looking for something quick, you know, punchy. So, so you prepare your messages to suit your audience. Then, you know, all your stakeholders, as much as what you want to influence them, they are also your influencers. And we talk about them as multipliers. You want them to multiply your message. So you want to encourage them to use your Mqf, links to your Mqf website. You send them the infographics. You want them to use it because you want them to take the message out there. It's not only you that needs to drive the Mqf message. You want them to drive it. And we already spoke about the Icqf website, and please make use of all that materials there. It's very supportive, and it helps to build capacity. You've already seen the slide. I just wanted to show you, you know, how communication will be different for a stage, countries who are in stage 1, countries who are in stage 5. Because you want to, it's a different purpose of your communication message will be different. So I've just put in 2 here. And you're welcome to send some inputs into this. So here, if you're looking at stage 1, you know, here people are still exploring the possibility of an Mqf. They are still looking at what's the purpose, you know, they're still wanting the stakeholders to come on board and consider whether they're going to have an Mqf or not. They want the public to know, you know, what is an Mqf, what are the benefits, and they want some peer learning sharing on Mqf and examples from other regions, because you still want to develop your Mqf presence. You haven't got an Mqf yet. So it's going to be very different for someone who's got an advanced Mqf. So your main tools and approaches, and it's a lot of the same: stakeholder meetings, websites, workshops, webinars, frequently asked questions, short news items, and news on Mqfs and RQFs. Who are the stakeholders that you want to include here? So stakeholders in charge of qualifications. Now, if you're looking at a comprehensive Mqf, you want to make sure that higher education, TVET, and general education, that you're going to get them on board, because those are the people that you want to influence. Your quality assurance agencies, and then also your end users, you know, the public. You want them to be excited. You want them to be excited about an Mqf that you are still thinking about. And there may be some challenges. You know, for one, there may not be a lead agency to drive the process, and stakeholders may not be willing to participate. But you look at the challenge, and then you also look at, so this challenge, how does this challenge me to do this better? So you're always looking for a solution. Your challenge isn't a barrier. Your challenge is always a way to improve how you're doing things. So just look at stage 5. And I mean, this is just things, as random stuff that I've put together, but please, you know, you can give some input into it. So I'm looking at stage 5 now. It's in an advanced So here we're saying, here your Nqf is already advanced, so you don't have to still go and get people to say we want an Nqf. You got an Nqf, now you're monitoring, you're assessing the impact, you're developing manuals and guidelines, you want to assist people to use it. You are you're monitoring your quality assurance, your RPL, you're monitoring your databases, qualifications protocol, you're reviewing, you're strengthening your Nqf. And you can see it's a lot of the seminars, workshops, peer exchanges, research, webinars, information on the numbers because of the impact and so on, websites and social medias of the different actors. And your stakeholders will more or less be the same: ministries, sector councils, stakeholders, quality assurance, and the public. And obviously there will also be those challenges. So I'm mindful of the time. We're nearing the end, and we're going to be doing some on-screen showing now to show you, you know, when you're saying you need your stakeholders on board, you need to influence your stakeholders. The stakeholders need to see what is the value. So why do we need this Nqf? You want to attract them, you want to get them involved, they need to see that there's a benefit. They need to see that the Nqf is going to bring about some change. You want to make it clear for stakeholders, so you want to make sure your language is clear, and you want to use a variety of tools. I mean, you can have leaflets, information booklets, infographics, you name it. And I just put this on the side here. If you don't know where to start, you know, you can start here. Start with your quality assurance stakeholders. What are the messages that you want to send? So here, because we're nearing the end of our presentation, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing after the slide. And then I'm going to take you into the comparison tool of the Icqf, and we'll see how much time we have. Then I'm going to show you Botswana Qualifications Authority, just random. I mean, I could have used anything in Sakwa. Then I'm going to hand over to Eduarda. She will show you the interpretive guide of the Portuguese Nqf and the Cape Verde National Catalogue of Qualifications, Multi-Qualifications Database, and the National Catalogue of Qualifications of Portugal. But, you know, these are websites about Nqfs that is a way of speaking to your stakeholders. So and Erica, are you on standby? I'm going to stop sharing here, then I'm going to go into the tabs that we opened earlier.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm stop sharing, and then let's just see if I can do this now. I have to look for this. Find and compare. New share.
Yes, you did it, Colleen.
Can you see it?
Yes, 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 we can.
Ah, hallelujah, lifelong learning. I just learned how to do this morning. Okay, so now we're in this Europass compare qualifications, and this is so exciting. I want to show you how this works, and you can play around with it when you're on your own. So here after we've referenced to the African Continental Qualifications Framework, I foresee that all the countries are going to be here. South Africa, Zambia, Kenya, Cape Verde, we are all going to be here. And anybody will come and say, we want to compare qualifications. So now because this is the European one, so I'm going to compare, and I want to use Ireland because Ireland is a 10-level framework. So I'm selecting Ireland, and let's just say it's Slovakia. I don't know much about Slovakia, so I'm going to say I want to compare Ireland and Slovakia. And I want to use the European Qualifications Framework as a translation device because this is what it means. So I'm saying compare. Can you still see my screen, Erica?
Yes, yes, indeed.
Yes,
okay.
we can.
Okay, so now I've clicked on compare, and voila. Isn't this exciting? Here's Slovakia. Here's all the Icqf levels. I can see it in the middle. And I can see Ireland, their level 10. I can already see how they referenced. Ireland referenced their level 10 to Icqf level 8, Slovakia to Icqf level 8. I can even go into this diploma, Vysokoškolský diplom. I can go into that to see what it's about. I can go into Ireland to see it's the Doctor of Philosophy in Social Science. So this is such an exciting tool, and you know, this is what, after referencing, this is what the things that we will be able to do. I will be able to take any country in Africa and say, in terms of that Icqf 10 level framework, how did these qualifications compare? What is the comparison? You can see here Nqf level 3, Slovakia, Nqf level 4, Ireland, and I can go into that. If I click on EQF level 3, there are all the level descriptors, and we are going to be working on that to make sure that our Icqf level descriptors, once it's completely approved, we will have that here so that we can see this is how it related. So this is a very, very exciting phase, you know, post referencing, and this is only possible once referencing is complete. So this is very, very exciting, and you can take any of these countries and you can run a comparison. You can do it on your own. So it's a very useful tool. It will make our work of comparison a lot easier, because we will be able to just, you know, you look at any country and we will be able to see that this is actually, it's transparent. This has gone through the process, they've referenced, they've gone through all that phases of the referencing that we were speaking about earlier. And this is the fruits of the referencing struggle. Let me just go off that one. I want to go to the BQA website. Can you see this Botswana Qualifications Authority?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, so, you know, we're just talking about ways to reach your stakeholders. And I'm just using Botswana Qualifications Authority's website as an example. We can see immediately when I go on the landing page, I can already see what Botswana, and I can click on any of these things to get a bit more information. I know exactly what they're doing. Here's your RPL, your CAT, and all the things that we've been talking about earlier in the week. Registration of qualifications, I can go into it. Quality assurance, we've spoken about. It's also a pillar of the Icqf. I can look at Botswana's quality assurance. You know, what are the criteria? How do they go about it? The institutional audits. I can go into the education records, and very, very nice is that there's a little chat bot here that can assist you. So it's also a mechanism of reaching your stakeholders. And there's some more information. And here, right at the bottom, I can already see at a glance who works with Botswana Qualifications Authority. They've got this qualifications check, UK NARIC, CHESIC, Botswana Examinations Council, and then the HRDC. So I can already see who their stakeholders are. If I want to contact them, everything is here. So, you know, we are already, you know, we are very advanced in Africa in the communication, in terms of communication, and we're just now collating everything to see where everything is. And I can already see here at the bottom, they are on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and what's this last one?
Telegram.
Oh, okay. Now I've never. It's the first time I see Telegram, but I will look up to see what is there, what it's about. But I can already see that. Eduardo, it's 5+1. Maybe I'll leave the last two, and then you can go into the next, so that we don't skip that.
Okay. I don't know if you have loaded, or shall I do the screen sharing now?
Yeah, if
on
you
my
can
side?
do the screen sharing, I will just stop sharing here.
Okay, good.
But thank you very much for listening, people. It's been a great pleasure to have this chat.
Thank you, Colleen. I will be really very, very quick, 1 minute. I don't know if you can see. Basically, in this particular case, here what is maybe useful is just that, for example, the case of Portugal, the National Qualifications Framework of Portugal is managed by a dedicated agency that is also in charge of vocational education and training. So this agency for qualifications issues a number of tools, such as this one, which is an interpretative, a guide, let's say, for interpretation of the National Qualifications Framework. So that's really to make the terms, the linkages, the various concepts related with the NQF easily understandable and clear for the average user. And this is certainly always a very important point, that the National Qualifications Framework is not something completely abstract and far from the people and the concerns of the stakeholders. And so that countries try to make all these concepts, these relations, these different tools clear for different users. Then very quickly, the case, for example, of the Catalogue of National Catalogue of Qualifications of Cape Verde. It is also available on the website of the coordination unit of the National Qualifications System of Cape Verde. It has been undergoing improvements recently. They are always working on the website and adding new things. But basically, if you are interested, you can simply, for example, go into these various professional families, in which then you find the different qualifications. And they are probably working on the website, because maybe, let me see. Yeah, they are working on the website. Normally, the website everything is accessible, so all the qualifications. Now, what I wanted also to show is just another example. And I will finish here. So just to stay in the same kind of context, country context, I said earlier about the National Agency for Qualification and Vocational Education of Portugal. So they have created a new catalogue of qualifications, and this catalogue contains qualifications from levels 1 to 5, and you can then access the various spaces of this catalogue. And when you open, you have immediately statistics. The number, for example, of units of competence or the units of training of short duration is constantly increasing. So you can simply go and access any of the spaces of the catalog, search and find and access all the information, the various referentials, etc., as well as a lot of information, for example, about sectoral qualification councils of the various sectors. For example, if you want to know also about transversal competences, it's all available here. So, well, learning with others is one of the ways to advance. Of course, those that have already done some work and have overcome difficulties and found solutions, although, of course, we never copy from directly, we simply try to learn and get inspiration from others' experiences. That was a very, very brief kind of visit to some of these web resources, specifically dedicated to qualifications frameworks and qualifications registers as well. So that's all I wanted to say from my side, Colleen. So I pass you back the floor. In principle, we should now do the break. Colleen, is that okay with you? Or maybe you want to finalize with some additional elements? Yes, good. You can. We don't hear you, Colleen. Maybe you are muted.
Yeah, I want to stop at the screen to remind you that the Acqf is about mutual learning and mutual trust. And we already have all these channels. We've got peer learning webinars. We've got 40 country cases that we've presented. We're busy with this training program, 105 stable participants. We've got guidelines, modules. We've got a lot of presentations. We've got mapping reports. There are conferences. And so there is a lot of information available already. So I wanted to leave you with that very inspiring words about the Acqf before you go on your lunch break.
Thank you so much, Colleen.
Thank you, Eduarda.
Thank you. So let us quickly then start then our break. So let us do then the 10-15 minutes break, 10 minutes. Maybe we can then finish also earlier. And let us give a big round of applause to Colleen for all for guiding us throughout these very important elements and blocks of work that we have been developing. Particularly this last year. This is all the work in 2021. So we are really very happy with this progress, and the advisory group has also been supporting us very much. So thank you very much, Colleen, for all the courage in presenting so much today. Thank you, Colleen. So let us do then the break now, 10 minutes, and then we have the very interesting session 23. With the homework of our participants. Thank you, Colleen.
Homework. Homework.
Bom dia, Eduarda, como é que estás?
Olá, como estás, Olavo? Tudo bem?
Tudo bem, yeah.
Sim.
Vou aproveitar para tomar um café, tá bem?
Yeah, exatamente, é preciso.
Até já.
Até já, até já.
Olavo, ele já saiu.
Sim, saiu.
Saiu, que eu gostaria de falar com ele.
É Paula?
Olá, Eduarda, bom dia.
Olá,
como
Paula,
está?
tudo bem?
Tudo bem? Sim, está sendo muito interessante, só que aqui em Cabo Verde ainda temos tem trabalhado até o nível profissional, está a ver?
Sim,
mas agora eu vou depois dessa formação, vou ter um encontro com o Amilcar.
Sim.
Ele já tinha dito que queria ter um encontro conosco para falar.
Sim. Seria, sim, para ver se conseguem, talvez, alinhar algum trabalho.
Alinhar, sim. Sim. Então, uma boa pausa para si, um bom café.
Obrigada, para vocês também.
Depois eu falo com o Olavo.
Sim, ele já vai aí.
Kila mtu anaweza kukwambia sikugojei tena sasa uone. Naongea na simu katika matawi. Tu umeniambia kesho unaweza fika.
Erica, I would like to start sharing the screen. Just want to share this. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, Eduardo, but can you
Yes, Eduardo, we can see.
Yeah, thank you. Good.
So gradually, colleagues, we are coming back then, and we are immediately going to session 23. And we would like then to just very briefly introduce the tasks. You might remember we had two tasks from the big topic of national qualifications frameworks, a systemic view, and one task that was presented yesterday related with the suivi et évaluation, monitoring and evaluation. So very quickly, so the first task was about analyzing, identifying, understanding, demonstrating the Mqf coherence and logic. These were the main questions. So scope, objectives, level descriptors, volume of learning measure, qualification type descriptors, coherence, promotion of other strategies. So these very important building blocks. So taking as an example, one qualifications framework could also be your own national qualifications framework. The other task was about linkages to quality assurance. So, we had then these three main questions or key areas. Who is responsible for Mqf? So the Mqf area, responsible body for quality assurance, and quality assurance of qualifications formulation and development. So that was the second task. This several of our colleagues are already have sent already their presentations or simply their main exercise, responses to the exercise. So I stopped sharing. This was just to remind a little bit the exercise we have at hand. And we could start then the presentations. Okay, maybe I should also tell a bit more concretely about the other exercise, just to be sure that you all have it. It's in the it is in the training module and also in the presentation of yesterday, but it's better to recall, to remind it. So the exercise was then monitoring and evaluation in the context of qualifications frameworks, and the homework was to define indicators related with a results framework. So this was the results framework that was discussed yesterday. You might still remember. And this was an example given, and then there were a number of questions. Identify at least 2 indicators for monitoring the development or implementation of the Mqf at activity output level. And then also a number of other questions. Identify at least 2 outcome indicators, so the various levels from activity, output, outcome, as well as sources of data, data collection methods and instruments, and use this reference indicator reference sheet, but we can also simply do it in a flexible manner, not necessarily using this sheet. And this is what our colleague Matthias has done, and it is perfectly fine. So now, who would like to start? And if you want me to share the screen with your exercises, I can do, or if you prefer, please do it. Thank you.
I want to start. Thank you, Eduardo.
Yes, great. Do you want to share your screen?
Yes, please.
Excellent.
Trying to do that just now.
Thanks a lot. Yes, we can see it. Yes.
We can see it.
Yeah.
Thank you. To put it in slideshow. Slideshow. Is it in slideshow?
And not yet. Yes, that will be the right one. Good.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Very good. We can see now.
Yeah, I'm trying to minimize the, okay. Okay, let me start. I hope everything is yeah.
We can see well, yes.
Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues, wherever you are. You're going to excuse me. I'm not going to put on the video for stability of the internet so that I'm crystal clear when I'm talking. You know, in Africa, we still have connectivity problems. So I won't be showing my video. So I'm going to start my presentation. I'm doing assessment task 1, where I was to select an Nqf and provide a brief analysis of its coherence and logic, and also suggest improvements for the Nqf. So my case study is Botswana. As many countries, including Botswana, Botswana is implementing a qualifications framework system, mainly to make qualifications on offer more responsive to the labor market and industry needs, and also promote articulation within and between the qualifications subsystems and other regional and international qualifications framework. So because of that, Botswana embarked on developing an NCQF. You know, we are trying to bridge the gap of, you know, where Botswana were not able to progress well with other countries because we didn't have a framework. So that's the reason one. So in doing that, there was the establishment of the Botswana Qualifications Authority, which later on developed the NCQF regulations. So Botswana Qualifications Authority is a statutory body under the Ministry of Education and Tertiary, Ministry of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology. The Botswana Qualifications Authority was established in November 2013 through the BQA Act number 24 of 2013. The authority's key objectives is to provide for and maintain a national credit and qualifications framework. That is number one. The main function of BQA is to maintain, provide for and maintain the NCQF, and also is to coordinate the education and training and skills development quality assurance system. So BQA has those two main functions. So the adoption of the National Qualifications and Framework establishment is a result of many recommendations and past government interventions. So there were regulations which were developed in order to facilitate the implementation of the NCQF, and also there's a policy that, which supported the NCQF implementation. There was an education commission in 1993, whose work was informed, whose work informed the revised National Policy on Education of 1994, and outlined that there was a need for modern education, knowledge-based workforce, and provided a roadmap in terms of access to vocational education, lifelong learning opportunities and linkages with business and in the industry. So these values were reinforced by the revised National Education Policy that emphasized the need to equip learners with skills to enable them to enter into the employment market and self-employment. These values are also at the core of our long-term vision, which is the Botswana 2016, Vision 2016. So this Vision 2016 has now been revised. We have the Vision 2036, and making Botswana to have an informed and educated nation. So the revised National Policy on Education of 1994 was followed by a number of studies, reports, policies, and plans that sought to give direction to the development of a national integrated and coherent qualifications framework. So our framework is a national one, and it's an integrated one, because it provides for the framework and also for the quality assurance system. So these are some of the researches which were done, and reports which were produced that informed the development of the Botswana National Qualifications framework. So these are some of the reports that we have that informed this development. Purposes of the NCQF. The NCQF is a single integrated national framework for learning achievement from early childhood to tertiary education. So our framework caters from early childhood to tertiary education. So it also helps in access, mobility, and progression within the education and training career pathways. We also enhancement of quality of education and training. Also, NCQF helps with comparability and determination of equivalency of qualifications, and also alignment of qualifications with industry needs, promotion of lifelong learning through the recognition of all forms of learning achievements, including workplace learning, promotion of portability of local qualifications, recognition of international and quality assured qualifications, and also registration of quality assured qualifications. So these are catered for in our BQA National Credit and Qualifications Regulations of 2016 under Regulation 3. So you can see that our framework is informed by a statutory instrument that is binding legally. Thank you. Also, our NCQF, like I said, is an integrated one with our quality assurance. So these are some of the services or that our NCQF is offering: registration and accreditation of education and training providers, registration of assessors and moderators, registration, monitoring of institutions, which is provide for the institutional audit, also giving advice at national level for policies and regulations, standards and criteria and guidelines for the education system. So we also, it is also providing for the learner attainment records, and also for the learning program delivery and assessment. So our education, our NCQF is that comprehensive. So these are some of the elements that make up our NCQF. The level descriptors, which provide a broad indication of learning achievements or outcomes for a particular qualification or type or level. Our NCQF also have qualification descriptors, which describes all the our qualification levels, which are in our map that I will be showing in a short while, from level 1 up to level 10. Our NCQF also has is learning outcomes based. We are using the learning outcomes based approach, and also is credit based. So that is the elements of our NCQF in Botswana. So in the screen, you can see our 10 level NCQF map. We have from level 1, which is the elementary level, up to level 10, which is the doctorate. So the NCQF is organized into 3 sub-frameworks, which is the general education sub-framework, which is in blue here, the TVET or technical and vocational education and training subsystem, and higher education subsystem. And BQA is responsible for directly regulating the sub-frameworks without any formal intermediary quality assurance bodies. So BQA is the main quality assurance body. So the functions of the Tertiary Education Council and the Botswana Training Authority were migrated to the BQA. And the units within the BQA is administering such functions. So we also have the Botswana Examinations Council, which is continuing to do a separate function responsible for examinations, assessment, and certification of general education some framework, but is still accountable to BQA as the overarching NCQF administrator. So BQA is the overarching NCQF administrator. These are some of the countries we benchmarked with when our NCQF was developed. So we have them on the screen. You can see that ours is a 10 level framework, which is similar to Ireland, South Africa, and Australia, but we still considered other frameworks which also influence how our framework is developed. So our NCQF also promote other strategies. For the promotion of other strategies, the development of the NCQF, as with other new reforms in education and training and associated policy and legislation, advocate for the following. Our NCQF advocate for the relevance of programs to socio-economic needs, inclusive education and training provision, lifelong learning, quality assurance of education and training provision, international comparability and articulation, globally competitive skills, regional and international recognition of qualifications, portability of qualifications, learner or graduate mobility, so that learners are able to, move between universities, even between countries, because the qualifications will be able to be quantified into other levels, or the credits can be quantified and to be able to be placed in other frameworks. And also our NCQF is integrates Botswana into the global community and the global economy. So for the suggestions for improvement of our NCQF, this is just my thinking, that for us to improve our NCQF, so far we've implemented it since 2015. So we've had some challenges in implementing it. Like earlier on, we were saying that our GE system, our GV subsystem has not taken off since the implementation of this NCQF. So my suggestion was to return the management and the quality assurance of the GE subsystem to the Ministry of Basic Education. Mm-hmm. That is one of the suggestions. I think it will improve our implementation of the NCQF. My other suggestion is to enhance our NCQF by developing and including a professional qualifications sub-framework into the Botswana National Credit and Qualifications Framework, because right now, if you can see, the framework doesn't cater for professional qualifications. So it would be easier if we include that sub-framework in the map or in our framework, so that it's easy to place professional qualifications like CIMA, AAT, so that the education system is seamless, so that when somebody has done CIMA, they can be able to evaluate their qualifications against our framework. So that is my small presentation.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how to exit the screen. Can you kindly help me? Or stop sharing is here.
Yes, it is stop sharing. Yes. Thank you so much, Sergio. It was very informative, and I'm so happy that you have been interested and that you have actually volunteered to do this exercise. So far, we had not yet had the possibility to interact with Botswana in the framework of Icqf activities. So really, it's a first important step, and for sure, we will continue now to speak much more in the future. Many thanks, Sergio.
Thank you so much, Eduarda.
So now we have our colleagues from Seychelles ready to present. I wanted just to ask, if you don't mind, try to be as succinct as possible, as concise as possible in your presentation, because so that we can stay within the time frame more or less. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eduarda.
Thank you, Eduarda.
We're just planning to do that actually, so we'll be very quick.
No worry. It's just to.
Yes, I know. I know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Mqf from Seychelles. Okay, I'm going to present the Mqf coherence and logic. I'll put it on. Okay, slideshow. Sorry. Okay. So the Seychelles Mqf is set by the Act and defines the Seychelles National Framework as a framework for development, recognition, and award of qualifications based on standards of knowledge, skill, and competence to be acquired by learners. The SMQF establishes the regulations.
Sorry,
You don't
Palo
hear me?
slideshow. No, Palo slideshow.
I'm not on the show, slideshow?
No, it's.
Are you sure? I am.
You are?
You're making me now. What am I going to do? To go back? Miss Hilda. Sorry. Now what do I do? Because I've skipped a slide. Anyway,
Ali, go on.
Okay, where was I? Okay, it establishes a regulation and principles that guide the development of qualification. It states the criteria to be met for qualifications to be recognized nationally and defines the conditions for all learners to be certified. It is also a set of policies and regulations which guides all providers of education and training about the conditions necessary for them to operate. It also has a legal basis, and this is provided by the Act. Okay. So the objectives. The objectives.
You can move down the slide.
Sorry, I messed up now.
No. Shall I share, or maybe
please,
Noella?
Please.
Noella, do you want to share for your colleague?
I should go to the scope now, no?
Do you mind if I guide her on how to put the slide?
Yeah.
I stop sharing.
Nicole?
Yes.
Okay, continue sharing. I direct you on how to go to the slide share. How to say yes. Yes.
Okay, I'll go back.
You can share.
Okay.
On your screen.
Now I'm on the third one. Okay.
Bottom. No.
I'm on scope now. No.
Listen. Bottom left. Bottom right, where there is 80%.
Ah, yes.
Can you see that?
Yes. I'm on the right one now. I can go back and forth. Yes. Okay.
Go now down. Slide left slightly. Slide 80% is slide the left slightly. Where the minus sign is next to the negative sign. The next icon. The next one. Move slide
this one
there. Click on it.
Okay. Okay.
Click there. Yes, and it will be.
It should display.
Click all right. Okay. Now I finished the. I'm lost now. Okay. Okay, I'm now on the object on the scope.
Scope.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, the Nqf is designed as a comprehensive Nqf, including all levels and types of qualification from formal education and training, and consists of pathways. That is, we have the levels 1 and 2, which are the secondary and primary, and then from level 3 onwards are for the higher education. Okay, it indicates the comparability of different qualification and how one can progress from one level to another within and across the vocational academic fields. The objectives. The Seychelles National Qualification Framework is designed to provide quality assured, national recognized, consistent training standards and qualification, a recognition and credit of knowledge and skills acquired. And it aims to ensure comprehensiveness in the recognition of learning and qualification attained in the country, while ensuring parity for occupational qualifications. Promote and regulate the development of qualifications based on unit standards, which are linked to the workplace and society requirements. It also promotes a more integrated approach to education and training, increase articulations of qualification and mobility of learners within a coherent and integrated learning system, considering the need for both national and international portability and comparability. We can conclude that these are consistent with the scope of the Nqf. Level descriptors. These are specific to a qualification and based on degree of complexity of task, reasoning, and problem solving, knowledge, autonomy, and responsibility. The domains are separate and the level descriptions are generic. There is a vertical hierarchical nature and horizontal, which captures the domain logic. The qualifications are progressive. That is, one qualification can lead to another qualification, whether vertical or horizontal. I will show you later on the map how this is done. For example, a learner can qualify for a certificate and then move on to an advanced certificate. And also the learner can complete the advanced certificate in one field and then proceed across in another field if the person wants to change careers, for example. Okay, there is a need to look at the domains when looking at learning outcomes, for example, and also the exit profile. The exit profile has to be based on all the domains, in the sense that all certificates, diplomas, etc., across the country are expected to be at the same level. Volume of learning. Are credits and notional hours. 1 credit equals 10 notional hours. It is directed and not directed, well defined. Okay, and you will use contact and non-contact hours. And this there is a ratio which and this is it's adjusted to the level, for example, depending on the autonomy that we give to the learners and the complexity of task. And this is, for example, a certificate. Courses can vary from 0.5 to 1, that is 0.5 contact to 1 contact, or 1 contact to 1 non-contact, depending on the task at hand. And for diploma, it's 1 to 1 or 1 to 2. A volume measure is used to measure individual courses or full qualifications. For example, a unit course, a course to be recognized has to be 30 notional hours or learning of 3 credits and must contain an assessment. A full qualification must cover a minimum of 1,200 notional hours or 120 credits. This is consistent up to postgraduate levels because each level is 120 credits. For example, the diploma, you will have 3 levels and each will be 120 credits. But whereas a master's and PhD, they have a different number of credits. Okay, like I mentioned, this is our Mqf, the map, and you can move from secondary higher education up to a degree. That is the academic pathway, or the vocational, if you want. You can move from certificate, diploma, and from a diploma, you can also move across to a degree, okay? What's this? Okay?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, suggestions for improvement. No, I have left. What's this? Okay. Coherence, sorry, there is an overarching coherence and all the structures are linked together. All the qualifications link and speak to one another in terms of knowledge, skills, and attributes. They progress and increase vertically in terms of degree of complexity and task, reasoning, and problem solving, knowledge, and autonomy, as I have mentioned before. Promotion of other strategies. Okay, it is evidence in its purpose and aims. Where's my screen? What happened?
Just a second. We are going to share from our side.
Okay.
It is. Is that okay? Because then you can just say next slide and.
Okay.
Okay. So you were here, I think.
Promotion and strategies.
Oh, see, suggestions for improvement. Okay, this is the one. Okay.
Okay. Also, this is, oh, sorry, get me back to the other one.
Back to coherence?
No.
To next
style.
After promotion.
Yes.
Fine. Okay.
Okay, a suggestion for improvement. The range of qualifications type are too narrow. So, and this poses problems, for example, when evaluating foreign qualifications, because they have different types of qualification, and it's difficult for us to adjust with ours. And also we have noticed that we are missing, for example, for postgraduate levels, certificates, we have only one level, which is postgraduate, and there's no difference between a postgraduate certificate and a postgraduate diploma. And also we have realized that our Mqf is needs to be updated. It's been 16 years. We are working on it. And in line with the new developments and then with the requirements of our new act, this is where we think we will be going in the future. So thank you for me.
Thank you very much, Nicole.
Sorry for the confusion, of course.
No problem. Okay. We solved. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Edwarda.
Good afternoon,
Hilda from SQA. I will take over from here for the rest of the presentation. Edwarda, you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of linkages to quality assurance, the Seychelles Qualifications Authority is the body responsible in Seychelles for the Mqf. And the Mqf obviously is derived from the SQA Act of 2021. There was a previous act of 2005, sorry, we have just reviewed. So we have a new one now. But the regulations of 2009 still stand, so we are yet to review those. Okay, in the Mqf regulations, there's a section on quality assurance, specifically clauses 20 and 27. It specifies that the Seychelles Qualifications Authority shall take the overall responsibility for quality assurance with the participation of industry, training institutions, professional bodies, and other relevant stakeholders. So that is where our involvement with stakeholders, that's where the clause come in. In the Seychelles next clause, Seychelles Qualifications Authority shall take overall responsibility for the validation of programs of education and training, again with the participation of industry, training institutions, professional bodies, and other relevant stakeholders. So they are very much involved in the work of the SQA. Next slide, Eduardo. Eduardo, please. So responsibility for QA. Okay, Seychelles is the SQA, sorry, is responsible for quality assurance across the education and training system in Seychelles. The SQA is assisted by designated teams to conduct accreditation of providers and accreditation of training programs. The SQA Act mandates the authority to carry out processes to do with accreditation of providers and training programs. And the SQA does that by appointing quality assurance teams and QA committees, validation subcommittees to carry out the QA process and give recommendations. And these committees, they give the recommendations to the SQA, but then the SQA has the final say and gives the final approval for accreditation of institution or programs. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of assurance of qualifications, formulation and development, there is an approved manual for the development, evaluation and approval of standards for qualifications and unit standards. There is also established procedures and criteria, such as the guide for providers, application for validation, for the verification and accreditation of training programs. These are communicated to the providers, and the SQA also offers assistance to the providers when going through the process. And the SQA has also developed a quality assurance manual and guide for providers, detailing the requirements for institutions to follow in order to be accredited. Again, these are communicated to the providers, and the SQA also offer assistance to the providers when going through the process. So we don't just leave them hanging, we assist them, because most times they need clarifications, they need help in understanding the documents. So we are there to help them. Next slide, thank you, Eduardo. Assurance of qualifications formulation, we continue. SQA qualification, are approved by executive committees set by the SQA. For example, standards development, it is done by standards development committees. The evaluation of it is done by standards evaluation committee. And then finally, these are approved by executive committees, again, appointed by the SQA. And a qualification is located on the Mqf. After it has met all the required criteria, it is then registered with a unique code and given an issue date and expiry date. Okay. A bit more on the assurance of the qualifications in terms of quality. There is a process throughout the development stage up to the approval of the qualifications to ensure that stakeholders have the opportunity to make their contributions. This is especially to ensure that qualifications developed are fit for purpose and that they meet the needs of the industry. At the beginning of the development, for example, of standards, or a program, there's what we call a job analysis workshop that takes place. And this is where the stakeholders are invited to participate and give their contributions. Likewise, before the final approval of qualifications, professional bodies or councils in the area concerned are required to verify the qualifications and provide a letter of endorsement to confirm that the same is of the required standard for performance and meet their needs. This is because in most cases, it is the professional body or councils that regulate the profession. So it is important that they are involved. Thank you, Eduarda. Next.
Thank you. Thank you
so that was it from me. Very short.
Thank you so much, Hilda and Nicole, for that presentation. We will ask afterwards Andrea to give a few just comments because these are her assessment exercises. And now we have our colleague Olfa from Tunisia. Olfa, voulez-vous partager ou bien voulez-vous que je partage?
Je vais essayer, sinon vous le faites pour moi. D'accord?
Avec plaisir.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que c'est bon? Est-ce que c'est partagé?
Fine now.
Non.
I share my screen, no? Okay, it's there.
C'est bon? D'accord.
Tout ce qu'il faut, Olfa, c'est de mettre l'écran comme slide share.
So all we want it is to put it in slideshow as a presentation. Okay.
Est-ce que c'est bon?
At the bottom there. Is it fine? Okay, great. Thank you, Olfa. If you can maybe talk for less than 10 minutes, it will be fine.
Oui, oui, d'accord, je vais être brève,
Okay,
Eduarda.
I'll try to be brief, Eduarda.
Alors, donc, je vais partager avec vous
So
une
I am
analyse.
going to share with you the analysis of
Eduarda, j'ai un problème parce que avec la traduction que j'entends en anglais, j'arrive pas à parler. Hein. Je ne sais pas comment faire.
Vous pouvez, dans l'interprétation en bas, vous pouvez vous mettre sur le mode.
So, Eduarda, I have an issue. You can.
Vous avez réussi?
Non, non.
Erika, can you just show as an example what to do, please, on your screen, because I cannot.
Yes, at the bottom of the page, there is a little globe where you select the interpretation.
Ah, d'accord, ça devient un peu.
Et vous pouvez choisir off là-dedans.
Yes, you should choose original audio, interpretation off.
Et là, vous n'aurez plus de voix d'interprétation. Ça va?
Oui, non, Eduarda. Tu sais ce qu'on va faire, tu vas le partager pour moi. Et comme ça, tu le partages pour moi, c'est mieux. D'accord?
D'accord, très bien. Ok, excellent. Alors, je partage. Une seconde.
I'm going to share. Give me a second.
So, colleagues, I just wanted to ask you, please bear in mind that presentation is in French. Okay. Voilà. Voilà, tu peux commencer. J'espère que ça ira avec le son.
You can start now.
Très bien. Ça va.
Vous m'entendez, Eduarda?
Can you hear me, Eduarda? Yes, perfectly.
On vous entend bien.
We can hear you.
Allô?
Oui, oui, Alpha.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. So I'm going to present the analysis of the Tunisia National Quality Framework. And so it's with regards to the what was sent to us. So our framework, it has 3 departments responsible for the certification in Tunisia, a high institution and the education. It is based on the Act of 2008. It was announced through the article of that act, and then we had a presidential decree of the. What I can say is that this framework, it is a big thing in Tunisia, but we got it after such a big delay. But things in Tunisia has built such a solid work. So what I can say is that we had a small issue in naming it. So we called it National Qualification Classifications. So it is a bit inadequate with regard to the word qualifications. In French, it is certification, so it is a bit awkward there. Objectives. These objectives are in the law, are embedded in the law, and they are shared between the stakeholders and also between the components from human resource, the higher institutions. So we worked with the 3 departments to have the logic of the lifelong training, and also working with the industry, the labor industry, to try to understand. And also there's a transparency system and awarding degrees at the international level, and also the learning outcomes, and also to value all the learning modes that have to do with long life training, and also working with workers and students in reference. So regarding the level descriptors, so we have 7 levels of certification, of qualification. And in these descriptors, we have 4 that have to do with the labor market. So we have complexity, adaptability, responsibility, autonomy, knowledge, and know-how, and skills. So we have already level 5, 6, which have to do with a higher education with masters and PhD. So the others have to do the first 1 to 4 that have to do with TVET. So horizontal and vertical, we can see that there's coherence at those two levels. We see that vertically we have the responsibility and now the measure of the learning volume. Unfortunately, the notion of credit is very absent. What is the definition? There's no definition. It's not known. The system of credit transfer is not known, but this did not prevent the Ministry of Higher Education to work on a system that we managed to stabilize, to do the credit transfer, to build a transfer credit system that is going to be used very soon. The debate is, are we talking about credit in terms of diploma qualification or the training? So, and we see engineering works, so managed to stabilize this system of accumulation of and transfer of credits with regards to the diploma. So the descriptors of the types of certification, you have a national framework of an act that was enacted in 2010, and that law had to do with professional training at all levels. And then at every level, we had the profile of the outcome and also the minimum time dedicated to the training. So we're working on the logic of putting in place the national framework. There was a big contradiction between the diploma coming from the RPL and those coming from the traditional training. So at the level of training referencing, so we could not ask issues of languages and disciplines for those who were went through the RPL, but there's work undergoing to try to evaluate and see how we can assess those that need, those who went through RPL. Regarding coherence, there's a commission for monitoring and evaluation at the level of the Nqf that was since 2010. And all the representatives of the ministry are working at that level, but that commission is not really operational. There's cross-cutting issues at that level. So there's cross-cutting issues between 3 departments at the higher institution. Promotion of other strategies. There were so many laws in Tunisia. We have a holistic system. We manage to use the skill approach using the learning criteria. We have a standard. So we have new engineering diplomas based on the RPL, and we also have the system, quality assurance system, and also RPL system, and also qualification of the system of qualification of and also the system of non-governance of the National Commission of Probation, and also we have sectoral commissions that to try to make sure that the standards are working at the same level with the training institutes. So we try to centralize things at the level of the national certification. And once we have once we're going to link with at the international level with the European nations, we will try to build a good tool. We want to thank all the teams that worked on that tool. And I believe that for all the countries who haven't developed the framework, we want to encourage them to do it, just like Tunisia, because there's a big work that is waiting for us in terms of referencing in Nqf. Thank you for your attention.
Pour cette présentation vraiment très logique, très claire.
Thank you, Alpha, for your encouraging words. At the end here, all the words are there, and we really wish you success. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the participants.
So now we move to our next presentation, and it will be the last one of this session. So I just wanted them to close this one. Mathias, est-ce que tu veux faire ta présentation? Tu veux que je montre
Mathias, est-ce que vous voulez? Mathias, do you want me to put your presentation up there? Or you want to do it yourself? Mathias, maybe your mic is closed. No, it's open. Good afternoon. In the program, it's like there were 5 presentations. Because I didn't receive other presentations.
Okay, Maxwell, you are ready, yes? And then we move to Matthias. Maxwell, if you want then to share your presentation, it would be excellent. Thank you so much, Maxwell. I just want to say immediately that we will... Hello. Hi, Maxwell, nice to see you. I just want to say, participants, please do not worry. We will skip the next session, 24. You will have the presentation, and then you can take a look. It contains a lot of information. And so we will not be too delayed to close the training week. Don't worry about this. Maxwell, most welcome.
Thank you. Mine will be very, very short.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, good evening.
Good afternoon, Maxwell.
Thank you very much for having me. Let me share my screen quickly. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, is my screen on, please?
We can see well. We can see it well. Thank you, Maxwell.
Okay. Okay. So I am did some work on assessment task 2. That is to consider the quality assurance arrangements for 2 sectors, example TVET and higher education within your country of interest. And in this case, my country of interest is Ghana. So this is supposed to be a simple an overview of the quality assurance and qualification framework within 2 sectors in Ghana. The report is in a very simple table form. So I'll deal with the higher education column first, and then I will end it with the TVET column. So these are the 2 main sectors which are going to be the basis for Ghana's national qualifications framework. The higher education sector in Ghana is regulated by the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, a new quality assurance agency which has just been put together after a measure. And this body is also mandated by Act 1023 to develop and implement a national qualifications framework for the country. So GTEC is a QA agency or body, and it's also responsible for the national qualifications framework. In carrying out its mandate, the Commission has been asked to collaborate with relevant regulatory bodies as well as other stakeholders. And currently, we have a clear list of stakeholders, and the process is at the development and consultation phase. The process of consultation and engagement with stakeholders is just about to begin. The Commission basically currently in the process of developing Ghana's qualification system. I'll just show what we have as this is Ghana's qualification system, and this is what is the structure, the national qualification structure, which is being proposed and yet to be approved. So this is just to give you an idea about the kind of structure we are dealing with, mainly the TVET and then the general education sector. So as I said, the process is now at the development and consultation stage. We expect that at the beginning of the second half of this year, the processes are going to gather momentum and move very, very fast, faster than we have experienced in the past because of the measure processes. The implementation of the proposed Mqf is expected to be carried out mainly through a joint effort between the Council on Technical Vocational Education and Training, CTVET, and GTEC. So CTVET is the body which is mandated to deal with all issues involving TVET education in Ghana. The appropriate management information system is to be used to monitor this phase, that is the implementation phase of the Mqf, and this will be supported by tools and other guidelines shared by Acqf and other regional and international bodies. GTEC will play the critical role of ensuring the quality of all higher education qualifications which are to be registered on the Mqf this will be done through JTEX function of institutional and program accreditation, as well as post-accreditation audits and other monitoring activities. This process ensures that the formulation and development of qualifications are achieved through strict compliance with the set quality standard. So that is for the higher education. Right now, there is no process has started. That is a process towards the development and implementation of the overarching framework for the country has started and the stakeholders. So having dealt with this higher education sector, I will just quickly touch on the TVET sector also. The difference between the two sectors is that the TVET sector has its qualification framework in place. It's an 8-level qualification framework, which begins from the National Proficiency 1, 2, and Certificate 1 and 2 up to the Doctor of Philosophy level. So this is the map, the structure of the TVET qualification framework, which is now being implemented. In fact, right now, Proficiency 1 and 2, and then Certificate 1 and 2 are being, the implementation has gotten to that level, and the CTVET is required to collaborate with JTEX to accredit programs at the tertiary level on the qualification framework. So after the Certificate 2, accreditation of qualifications at the HND to BTech, MTech, and DTech will be done jointly between the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission and CTVET. So one expects that because of this arrangement, when the overarching framework is done, there will be very smooth collaboration between the two sectors, so that governance of the framework will be very easy. Quality assurance of the framework within this sector, that is the TVET sector, ensured through the functions of the following divisions and standing committees, these committees which have been set up and play various functions towards promoting quality assurance on the framework. So we have the standard curriculum development and enforcement division, the accreditation assessment and certification division, and so on. We have in there the NTVET committee, quality assurance committee, the skills, sector skills committee, and so on. These functions result in the coordination and promotion of industry-led occupational standards generation towards demand-driven curriculum development as well as institutions centered facilitating that within the TVET.
Cannot hear you, Maxwell.
Yes, hello.
It's being interrupted.
Can you hear me, please? Hello, Eduarda.
Yes, it is. The sound is very bad, but you can try again. Try again, Maxwell. You can continue.
Yes. So I was talking about the structures which have been put in place by CTVET, that is in the process of implementing the qualifications framework within that sector. The structures which have been put in place to ensure quality within the system. So registered on the framework, there are all kinds of processes of accreditation which have to go through. But even before that, the development or formation of any qualification will start with consultation with industry and so on. So that is why I have indicated that the functions of these committees and standing committees will result in the coordination and promotion of industry-led occupational standards. That is under generation for demand-driven curriculum development. So the curriculum are developed as well as the accreditation of programs, institutions, and centers. So as the institutions, centers go through these processes of accreditation, it is ensured that all the standards put in place are complied with before the qualifications will be registered on the qualifications framework. So just to recap, the higher education sector in Ghana is regulated by GTEC, and GTEC is developing the overarching framework for the country, and CTVET has its qualification framework fully in place and being implemented. And at some point, there's going to be collaboration between the two sectors, and when the national overarching framework has been set in place. So this is just about all that I have to share with participants. That's a simple overview of the situation within these two sectors in Ghana. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Maxwell, Ghana, for this presentation. And it is very interesting to see how you have put side by side the two sectors, let's say, and how you very clearly also showed the linkages to QA, to quality assurance. Thank you so much, Maxwell. So if you would like then to unshare the screen, many thanks. Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you so much. And now, merci beaucoup au Cameroun, Matthias.
Thank you, Cameroon, Matthias Bonongo, from the Ministry of Higher Education.
Les résultats, donc la
professional training, is going to share with us the answer on task 3 on monitoring and evaluation. Thank you, Matthias. Thank you, Eduarda. We have come at the end of our journey, and the Cameroonian team, we are organized in a way that we are going to allow a beautiful woman who's going to do the presentation. I'm going to give her the floor. So thank you. And you want to share your screen, or you want me to share the document on the screen? trying to share. If she's struggling, she'll let you know.
Okay.
Her name is Cecile, no, Lydie. Thank you so much, Lydie. Thank you. Good evening to all. I want to share my screen. We have a lot of echoes going on. All right.
Ça, c'est le... Oui, d'accord.
C'est là, c'est bon?
Oui, oui. Mais il y a pourtant un problème avec le son, Lydie.
But we have a problem with your sound, Lydie. Maybe you have there's an echo.
C'est bon.
Is it fine now? Okay, much better. Now we can hear you, Lydie. If you can also put your presentation in a slide mode, it will be much better.
C'est sur la petite coupe de champagne. Juste à côté, juste à côté.
There next to where there's a champagne cup. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. We can hear you and we can see your screen. So you have about 7 to 10 minutes. Thank you, Lydie. Thank you so much.
Notre présentation consiste au résultat du travail que nous avons eu à faire hier soir. Il était question de répondre à 5 questions en rapport.
Given the work that we were given yesterday, we had to start with the first question. First, we had to identify 2 indicators for the development and the implementation of the Nqf. So for the second activity, we had benchmarking and also countries like Morocco, France, Algeria, Tunisia, and Lesotho. The second activity was also to develop methodology for, like in Cameroon, we call it the CNCQ, because we wanted to integrate all the education sector, whether it's formal, informal, and non-formal. So we have this CNCQ name. Now for the output, we also have this report that is about 90% developed. That's the situation in Cameroon. Now, the second question was on identifying at least 2 indicators of results based on the results framework of the Nqf. So in Cameroon, we started thinking about it from 2016. We already had 2 workshops, and there is some kind of trust between all the stakeholders, the ministries, the unions, the workers, and employers, that make sure that the qualifications respond to the needs of the industry. Then we also have the involvement of stakeholders in all the sectors. So as we said, our framework covers all the activities. The third one is to suggest data sources, whether primary or secondary, that will be able to support the indicators that have been identified. So we have ministries, we have social vocational sectors. We also have the different committees for follow-up of the SND. We also have the National Statistics Institute. for secondary sources and also other education sector. That's how we received or we obtained data. Now, when it comes to the methods and the instruments of data collection, we had collections, questionnaires, and interviews. We also filled this table. As you can see, we have the indicators, the definition, the data source, and the tools used for data collection, the people in charge for analysis, for collection, and for quality control. Now for the activities, we have also, like we said earlier,
à travers les sites internet, sites web,
via the internet website. So we also we started doing it, let's say, since 2016, at least twice. Now the people who are responsible for collection are focal points at ministries. And for the analysis, it's the team that was set up by the Ministry of Training and Vocational Training. Now for the conception of the national team in charge of the development of the Nqf. So we had a number of workshops. We couldn't really identify, but it was a lot of workshops. So still for collection, we had focal points at ministries. Mqf, we had also people who were in charge of the ad hoc committee for follow-up. We also have this report that was done via the workshops that were used for data collection, and still the same team that was set in place by the Ministry of Labor and Vocational Training, and the people in charge of quality control were the ad hoc committee for follow-up. At the end, we had a report for the review of the Nqf in Morocco, France, Tunisia via internet websites. So there were a lot of workshops as well, and the teams in charge of data collection at the ministry and the people responsible for analysis was also the team that was put in place by the Ministry of Labor and Vocational Training. So the ad hoc committee of follow-up. So basically that's what we could say given the work that was requested of us. Thank you. Thank you, Lydie, and to the whole team from Cameroon who worked on this presentation, and also with the table with indicators. Really, thank you. This was very clear. I'd like to ask you if you wanted to add maybe Lydia or Matthias in 1 or 2 minutes. Can you please give us just a few words on your current project with this Nqf aspect of it? So can you please maybe give us more elements? Yeah, just additional information for us to understand how this work is also future-proof. I'm not sure whether my colleague is connected, but before so I'd like to say that the national government obtained International Development Association fund from the World Bank for the implementation of the project for the development of the higher education sector. So there are three components. The first one is dealing with developing referentials and also the training of trainers. Now related to the Nqf, we also have an aspect on establishing a CN framework for credit and qualification. My colleague Mbo and myself, we shared the link before the meeting where you have the process, and we've started a process to recruit an international consultant to support Cameroon in this activity with the application files that were submitted, and we're still awaiting the results. And the report that Madame Wanabo was discussing earlier, it's what we could call the material that will help us or help the consultant that will be selected for us to be on the same page. Thank you, Eduarda. What I could add, maybe if there is another colleague online who can add something, please just raise your hands and feel free to say something. Thank you. Once again, thank you to Cameroon for this presentation and this work. It's nice to know that you've done this as a team. This is something to congratulate. I'd like to hand over.
If she's still here, because for her it's really very, very late. Maybe, Andrea, do you want to dedicate 1 minute or two, some comments to these responses?
Yes, I'm here. I'm still awake.
Just if you want to share some few comments, very short.
I'll be very, very short.
Yes.
I think for Botswana and Tunisia and
Seychelles,
you can see that they're considering and constantly looking at their framework to see how it can improve or how it can meet the needs of their country. So it really confirms that their that a framework is always changing. It's always evolving. It's not a static thing. And with Maxwell and Ghana, you can really see the difference between the two sectors at this point in time and how they're developing. So, and that is very, very common, Maxwell, that there'll be two sort of almost separate systems. And in some ways, the Nqf's role is to bring those two sectors closer.
Yeah.
Because right now they are separate. You can see that. And to me, that is one of the big strengths of an Nqf is to think about how it could bring your sectors together, and it could bring your sectors together in multiple ways, but also increasing the pathways and opportunities for your citizens. So thank you very, very much for your presentations.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for the comments. And Jean-Pierre, vous avez 1 minute si vous voulez ajouter une petite information.
In 1 minute, if you want to add some information on the question I've just asked that Matthias responded to, you could still add some information. Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Thank you, Eduarda, and to Andrea as well for the comments. Yeah, Matthias gave some information, and I'd like to thank Eduarda because she also managed to share the information that Cameroon needed more people to support them. And we received some candidates who applied to support us as consultants. So as Matthias said, it's an ongoing process to recruit a consultant. And we hope by next month we would have selected a consultant to support Cameroon in this great work. And we have to say that the program, this project of development of the Mqf is also supported by the government because it chose to invest for this dynamic to be successful. So the colleagues already stakeholders from the Ministry of Labor, and we believe we're going to also mobilize other stakeholders. Like it was said, there were studies that were done, and all together we'll work with the training material that you've given us. Thanks to this training, and we'll be able to discuss with the international consultant, and we're going to have an advantage compared to some other countries because as we have this continental project, and we're going to take advantage of this. So we just want to say, please don't forsake us halfway, and we hope for your support throughout. Yeah, thank you, Cameroon. I'm so happy to see that there is really progress and a lot of motivation from the team, and that you also looking towards Acqf. We're still here for a few months and working together. So thank you to Cameroon for such motivation levels.
We'll skip that session about green and digital transitions, digital and green skills. We have prepared a nice presentation. It will be available. We will send it. It will be on the website and available. So you can simply go through it, and we will find a moment in the next webinar we can do it together again. I think the topic of green skills and digital skills must really be taken very seriously by every single country on earth. It is our survival, basically. And there is a lot of work being done by many organizations, by governments everywhere, by regional blocks, by the civil society, by the education and training institutions at micro level, let's say. So these are really very important challenges. The two go together, by the way, green transition, digital transition. So we need really to take this very, very seriously. But we will have to skip now this presentation because time really is we don't have time for that. So we will immediately go then to the session in which we have several quizzes. And of course, these quizzes help us a little bit, again, recall the information, recall the knowledge that was shared, the discussions. And so please, here we have our first poll, and it concerns the session 3 about the Acqf. What is Acqf? And that's certainly one of the important subjects of this training program. I see many good responses. Very nice. Thank you. I think we could already start moving, maybe. Erica just wants, okay, good. So some colleagues are already on the next slide, yes. So here we have another question. This one concerns, as you remember, session 7 about development of qualifications. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Maybe we can move Erika. That's what. Already many responses. So this was a question from session 8 about the learning outcomes. Mm-hmm. I hope everybody has accepted. Yes, okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you. So now we are in session 11, and this is the session of our colleague that was led by our colleague James on credit accumulation and transfer systems. Okay. James, here you can see that there is a majority saying that yet to implement CAT.
Indeed, Eduardo.
How are you, James?
Thank you. Trust you are doing fine too.
Thanks. Yes, thank you so much, James.
Thank you.
Nice exercise, huh?
Very nice indeed. We look forward to receiving a compiled report of the poll results.
Yeah.
Sure.
All the files will be available.
Thank you.
There are interesting challenges noted also. Maybe, Erica, if you don't mind moving up, there was an interesting point in the higher credit transfer does not need to be within a CAT. There are other approaches. Yeah, there are many interesting points here, including the fees paid per credit.
Sure.
Okay, so fine. So, the colleagues, this question concerns session 12 about registers, registration and registers or databases of qualifications. And it's about the required minimum fields of information for electronic publication of qualifications. So, Yeah, it's quite normal. Let's say that country code is the field of information that is missing in most of our responses here. So it's the also awarding body and expiry date. So everybody has title of qualification, of course. Most have field of education and training, type of qualification, level, also description of qualification, short statements, credit points. Also in this is mostly present. What is mostly absent is country code, expiry date, also awarding body. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I think we could move. Yeah, that's it. So we reached the end of this part of the poll. And then just for the sake of time management, let us move immediately then to the big poll, which is the final closing poll quiz. Yeah. So these are questions that you have not yet seen. They are specific for this part, closing part of our training week. And they cover new questions or just also overarching questions. It is not long. Thank you. Thank you, Noella, for your nice feedback. Noella is, I think, has left already. We are very close to conclude our training week, and let us move already, Erika, to the questions then. Thank you. So that's one of the important sorry, I was speaking and then I started replying to a question in the chat box. Ah, that's good. I see that many participants are mentioning that they do involve stakeholders, the countries, the systems involve stakeholders most definitely within all aspects. Some colleagues are saying restricted, also limited input. Well, yeah, it's true. It's not all. It can be challenging to involve stakeholders in a meaningful and systematic manner. For various reasons, we tried to discuss some ways of improving that involvement, the process, the results, the motivation, incentives, but probably there is much more to be done there. Thank you, Erika. And here we have the many ideas about stakeholders buy-in and involvement, involving from the inception, involving the review. One is very clearly speaking about benefits. So where the Nqf or whatever, whether it is professional or comprehensive, shows benefits to these stakeholders like employers, concrete benefits. Then a lot of dissemination, awareness raising, sense of ownership, educate, no doubt. We should one day have a conference or a webinar about exactly this point and bring the stakeholders into the conversation. Thank you. Many very good points. Yeah, that was a repeated question. So there are two questions here that we can immediately go over them because we had those questions in the previous poll. Improve the use. So now it's an interesting question about the use of cuts of credit accumulation and transfer as a mode for validating and recognizing non-formal and informal learning. There is already one concrete response. Let us see if there are other views. We know that there is some countries are practicing, implementing, using their credit accumulation and transfer system also for the recognition of prior learning. Okay, there are interesting positions here, very different. James, you can see the very different positions here, different points of view, including this one. Credit is related to the Nqf only. Non-formal and informal is outside the scope.
Yeah, indeed, Eduardo, very interesting feedback coming through from the participants. And I look forward to a day when we can have, maybe we can call it, well, what could be the name? A session just on sharing ideas on how this could happen.
Yeah.
If it can happen. Explore the pros and cons and what procedures and processes would be required to be put in place for this to be able to work.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so now we have about quality assurance. We discussed about principles for a continental framework for quality assurance for TVET TVET qualifications. There is nothing like a Continental framework. So what are the most fundamental of the 12 principles? Some of them or all? If you still remember those principles that were shared. Mm-hmm. Well, that's good to see. Many of you are saying all of them. These are just the first ideas, so good to see some feedback about this. Thank you. And what essential elements can be added to the 12 principles? Mm-hmm. Stakeholder engagement. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Equity education, part qualifications, QA network and community of practice. Maybe, okay. Mm-hmm. Robust code, that's interesting. So we see here some common ideas on this, now on this slide, adding information, a tool for transnational sharing of information network, the other also QA network, community of practice. Mhm. Regional collaboration platform for information sharing, and also that the approach should be more lifelong learning, more integrated, all sectors and subsectors, and instead of separations and walls, etc. Okay, thank you, Erika. How can your organization benefit? Mhm. Okay, we can move then, Erika. Now we have about recognition of prior learning. So it is just a wide question. What are the main lessons and takeaways from the training? We are going to close very soon, please. Thank you. Maybe, so we have here make visible the invisible. You remember Stanley, Kenya talked about this. What else? Inclusion, skills matching, validation is a right of all citizens. Fits in the Nqf, that's very important. Quality assurance, importance, self-esteem and inclusivity, all very important points. Thank you. Thank you. So hopefully you will be motivated to improve your RPL. Any other contribution? Oh, implement RPL as soon as possible, ASAP. Thank you. Maybe taking RPL in consideration in the development of the Nqf from the start, yes. Okay. So RPL2 has to be included in the mainstream system. Yeah, that's what we see. Okay, thank you so much, Erika. Now we are going to the very last questions really of this bigger poll, final poll. Thank you for your patience. We are going to finish our training. So in designing and renew, what innovation and technology solutions and tools would you use and introduce? Okay. We see promote micro-credentials, digital certificates, digital verification system, online database qualifications, online information system. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Online database. So maybe we can start. So we still have very brief, just feedback from you. Oh, I see. Monitoring and evaluation is there. Thank you. Digital certificates can all benefit from these presented solutions. Banque de crédit, certificat numérique, assurance qualité. Thank you. Erika, if you want to, so now, colleagues, we have finished this part, which was the, let's say, this final poll related really with all the topics and the content of our training week. Thank you very much for your patience to go through all these questions. All this information, these files will be available, so you can see all your ideas, your responses will be all reflected in this common file of this quiz. Erika, would we have then this feedback participants?
Yes, we. Oh.
Thank you.
Sorry, I opened the wrong microphone, but yes, we have the feedback.
Okay, it's a very short one. So
should I also screen sharing?
I hope I'm not doing any mistake. Are we talking just about the feedback, not the evaluation form? Huh? No.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's not the evaluation form, because the evaluation form we will send additionally, but participants can also take the link that you have already posted there.
Okay, so I'm not sure what I should post then. Sorry, I'm
okay, but that's okay. It was the remember this feedback, just participants feedback. What was their main let's say main feelings, impressions, but that's okay. Then in this case, let me just very quickly do one thing. Yeah, that's it. What I wanted is then just to finish, to conclude this week. Can you tell me, colleagues, participants, friends now, what were the words, maybe in some interesting expressions that you remember from the various presentations?
No.
I have just put here on the screen some impressions, some questions, some words, some expressions I retain, starting from the first day. Mqf belongs to everybody in a country, not only to one institution or two, it's to everybody. We also heard that, for example, we are talking about an ecosystem, all dots interconnected. This was also something that came very often. Then we heard, you might remember, Mr. Kobotlo from Lesotho, he was talking about various small streams feeding into a common river, small streams into a river. Then innovation is not only what is new. Then there was this idea of learning everywhere, anytime, everything. The idea that a driver can be push and pull. When we are talking, what is it that enables, enhances a certain dynamic, a certain reform, a certain step forward. I think Miriam was very strong about as living bodies, NQFs grow and evolve. That's why this review is necessary. There was also yesterday some point made about quality assurance, or rather quality enhancement. Maybe rather quality enhancement, which is continuous improvement. Everybody is concerned. There was also yesterday some a conversation about macro credentials, micro credentials. So part of, again, this ecosystem. We discussed why is it that countries have difficulty in including micro credentials, etc., in their national qualifications frameworks, and there was a solution that was just came from one of the cases presented. In that case, it was Ireland. Special purpose awards. The qualifications framework includes this type, and therefore micro credentials enter through these special purpose awards. RPL already said learning invisible turns into learning visible for the people. Currency. The word transformative power. There was even in the beginning, you might remember Emmanuel Okonkwo, Chigozie Emmanuel Okonkwo from African Union Commission was speaking about revolutionary power of Icqf, so transformative. And then we also had those knowledge graphs connecting data into an ecosystem. So these are some words that I have retained. I don't know if anybody wants to add something, just say, and we keep this in our minds. Maybe I think that Miriam wanted to speak. Miriam.
Sorry, Eduardo, it was the wrong hand.
Okay, okay, fine. Anyone wants to add a word or two or three to this kind of photography of expressions that have impressed us? In this case, it was simply my own opinion, but maybe you also want to add something here that was very interesting for you. And then we can complete our training week. So I already start that part by saying that I think it was a very useful way of starting this dissemination, capacity development, sharing at this very wide level, with the Icqf now being quite advanced in its development process. This was our very first, let's say, wider and more in-depth training program. So it was also a pilot for us, an experience fully online. We hope then to meet many of you further as we continue this road towards Icqf, a bit better established in terms of all tools. Naturally, that implementation of Icqf will depend then on many other decisions that go beyond this specific technical project. Decisions at political level, decisions of your countries, the African Union Commission, etc. But at least as a project, we try to establish all the necessary tools and engines so that it can function and work and benefit everybody across the continent. I thank everybody for the active participation, for the very good spirit and atmosphere. These 5 days, everybody staying longer every day than planned, learning, sharing, and in an understandable manner, trying always to also to clarify if something was a bit different from the general understanding of certain concepts. Thanks very much to all the trainers, speakers, guest speakers for this huge effort, for the good coordination. Thank you so much, Erika and Julia, for this fantastic work, for all the polls done so well and so in a very user-friendly manner. Thank you so much, all interpreters, for this brilliant work, for your patience and efforts. It was a lot you had to read and to get familiar with. You were translating also, we were proofreading, etc. So it was a huge amount of work, basically. And so I hope to meet you all, and please do keep in touch. Now, the next important thing to be done is that you all have access clearly to the learning management system. And Erika is already treating and discussing with the learning management system manager, so that we have no hiccups or gaps there in terms of communication. You should all have access to your own account in the learning management system. And there you need to fill, please, a questionnaire. It's a short questionnaire of 4 questions. And this is what triggers the digital certificate, which is then going to be available in your own account. So that's what I needed to clarify with all of you. So we learned so much with each other, and I think we have simply a very nice network, bigger, with many more countries. I'm so happy to have Botswana, allow me to single out Botswana, and Cameroon so actively involved. And so thank you very, very much, colleagues. We continue. We will meet again, and best wishes to all of you. I know that some of you want to say something. Please do raise your hand, or do just speak. And we also take that famous usual picture. Everybody with the open cameras, if you don't mind. Yes, Anthony, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mine is to appreciate the fact that for the past 5 days, I have learned a lot. I have experienced quite a lot. The sharing itself was quite lovely. There was a lot to be learned from different experiences across the African continent and also across the globe. We had presentations even from the US, and their sharing made us even richer. And I believe next time we are meeting, we shall meet at a higher level. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Many thanks, Anthony. And I know that you were one of the first to express interest in this training program, and I'm so happy that you are here, you joined, and you have been a constant participant. Thank you so much. Anyone else, if you want to express any views, any impressions, before we close? Yes.
Oui, yes. Merci beaucoup, Eduarda.
Thank you so much, Eduarda. I really wanted to express my gratitude, and I'm highly satisfied in this training and our contribution, exchange, the learning. I think it's the first experience, but the experience was at a higher level. I am from Cameroon, and I was very impressed by the Cameroonian interventions, and with Mathieu, we learned a lot. But during the training, we had an exchange, and with regards to the national framework,
I think Don has a problem. I want to say a special thank you also to Gabi from Eswatini for her presentation. Gabi, you were so excellent, and Mr. Dlamini was also with us. Thank you so much, Gabi. And
welcome, Eduardo.
Thank you. We meet again soon, I hope, next week in the TCCA side, SADC. So colleagues, many thanks. Andrea, a big thank you for your patience and for staying awake so long. So now I think we can say goodbye. And I see Sergio. Sergio, thank you. It was an excellent presentation. You have done it so well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eduarda, and thank you so much for the opportunity and all the interactions from all the colleagues from all over Africa. I'll be requesting you on LinkedIn, so please accept my request, okay?
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you. Many thanks, everybody.
Eduarda, thank you very much. Jean from Kenya, we look forward. Nairobi in July, you made a promise.
Yes, we will meet. We will meet in Nairobi. Inshallah.
In Nairobi. Thank you.
And don't forget to invite me.
Okay.
She made a promise.
Yeah.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup à tous les collègues francophones, Cameroun.
Thank you so much for all our francophone colleagues, Cameroon, Tunisia, Comoros. And it was a big Cameroon also. It was a big pleasure to have talked with you, with Cameroon, Tunisia.
Países lusófonos, é sempre um grande prazer. Muito prazer e um grande prazer estar convosco.
Obrigado, até a próxima.
Bom fim de semana. A happy weekend to all of you, and stay safe. Good health to all of you. Merci. Bon weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Eduarda. Thank you. And
you will receive all the documents from
Thank
today.
you, Eduarda, from
Bye.
Interpreters.
Thank you, Timothy. Bye.